Testing, testing.
The Business Summit for 2021 will begin. We invite you to start winding down your conversations and prepare yourselves for a wonderful day of networking and business development. And we'll begin momentarily. Good morning, friends, and welcome to the summit, to our Business Summit. I'd like to introduce your master of ceremony for today, Mr. Les Hawthorne. Good morning, friends. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 10th Annual Veteran and Small Business Summit, hosted by the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center and the ARC.com. This is the place to be if you want to make important connections, if you want to secure a public agency contract, and to ultimately create jobs and a solid financial legacy for yourselves and your families. Now, wow, all of that here, you're gonna get all of that and a bag of chips. But of course, you have to pay for the bag of chips at lunchtime. They'll be available for sale. But before we get started, friends, I invite you to relax. Take a few deep breaths. Just relax, just relax. Take a few deep breaths. And in your imagination, see all the cares and concerns of the things outside this building just floating away. Just see that in your imagination. Relax, because they'll all be back later. But for now, let's just send them away, all the cares of the world. Allow yourself to be fully present here today. And now that you're all relaxed, this is the perfect time to share a moment of silence, for us to offer our minds and hearts a request for a productive and rewarding experience today. Whatever your walk of faith, your spiritual practice, or your creative process, I invite you to take this moment of silence to offer your expressions of gratitude. So let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you for all your hearts and thoughts. To open our business summit, we will have the posting of the colors, the flag of our nation, by the Color Guard of the American Indian Veterans Association of Southern California. It's an esteemed group of former military and veterans from every branch of service who give final honors to Native American veterans. This local unit is from Southern California and is ready to serve you this morning. We ask that you please stand when the colors enter the stage, remain standing for the national anthem, and until the colors are retired from the room. So here for the presentation of the colors, under the direction of Captain Dave Duro, are the American Indian Veterans of Southern California Color Guard. Please stand.
Left, right, work time, work. Hold guard, hold. Right, peace.
Performing our national anthem is Corporal Casey Wagner, the featured vocalist with the 1st Marine Division Band.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner
Thank you. Please show your appreciation for the American Indian veterans of Southern California Color Guard and soloist Corporal Casey Wagner. Hello again, friends. For the purpose of speaking, I'll pull my mask down, but be aware that we are under a mask mandate, so if you find yourselves needing to step outside for a breath of fresh air outside your mask, we understand. But while you're here in the building, please remember that just for the sake of public safety, we are encouraging your compliance with the mandate for the mask. Thank you. Now, hello, friends. Again, after all that, my name is Les Hawthorne, and it's my pleasure to serve as your MC today for this business summit. It's especially kind of a joy to see so many of you that have come out after a horrible day of rain we had yesterday out here. I say horrible, but in fact, I really do like the rain, and we've been needing it for a long time. Raise your hand if you like the rain. Yeah, we all like rain, right? But sometimes the rains can bum a person out, right? Sometimes people get depressed from the rain. I really think my wife is starting to get depressed with all that rain we had yesterday, because it was really storming. I mean, I would see her in the window with this sad look on her face. If it gets any worse, I might have to let her back in the house. All right, that's a joke. I'm not married, so I didn't have to let her back in. But isn't it great to meet in public again? It's wonderful. I mean, after so many adjustments we've made due to the pandemic crisis and the pandemic restrictions, if you'll excuse me for a moment, that's my phone. And it's been handled. Wouldn't you know it, the universe conspired to prove that I don't have one. Yeah, but now that we're returning to normal, it's not really normal. It's a new normal, isn't it? But with this new normal comes new opportunities for business growth, new opportunities for all of you to provide goods and services to the public in general and to the public agencies that are here represented at the summit. One of the things that we have are public agencies with skin in the game. They have put up money. They have put up resources. They have a vested interest in your success. So it is wonderful to imagine that now all of you will benefit from this pivot in our society with all these new opportunities for contracting. Now, to get the most from today's business summit, I recommend that you stop at each table and then interact with all your vendors. Have conversations that highlight your business profile, of course, but also listen for opportunities to network, to collaborate, to get together and create something new. Because it's important, even if you refer business their way and you don't benefit yourself, that is still how business grows. It's like the words of the great Zig Ziglar. You can get all you want in life if you help enough people get what they want. So this is an opportunity to grow your business through networking as well as through getting your own business promotion. Today, we want you to be convinced that this army of businesses and agencies here in the room are dedicated to cooperative success. Your success and theirs. Because remember, these agencies exist to serve the small business and veteran business-owned segments of the society, and that's all of you. So they're here as your servant as well as your partner in business success. And if you think of someone that's not here but needs to hear some of this information, then text them the link to the live stream of the summit. The live stream can be reached at businesssummit.org, businesssummit.org. That way they can benefit as well. When you look around, we're in a very beautiful conference room. Everything we need. In fact, when you go out this room later in the afternoon, we have training sessions that will be held. You'll exit this room, go to your right in that first hallway, and you'll go down there and you'll have a networking room with the coffee set up. You'll also find the meeting rooms and training rooms. Restrooms are down that same hall, as well as there are another set of restrooms all the way to the rear and to your left. So restrooms down that hallway, restrooms all the way to the end of the hall at the end of this corridor. We really appreciate the city of Moreno Valley providing this lovely conference center for our summit. Moreno Valley has grown into an inland empire powerhouse, future home to the World Logistics Center, a project the size of 700 football fields that will create 20,000 jobs, bring billions of dollars to the local economy, and lots of contracting opportunities for many of you here today. Moreno Valley, or MoVal for short, definitely has skin in the game when it comes to supporting business success. To welcome you to our city is the newest member of the City Council, Mr. Ed Delgado. Ed is a military veteran, having served 10 years in the Coast Guard, and is a 23-year professional of the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, presently serving as an assistant sheriff. The success of young people has been Ed's passion for most of his life. He shared with me that growing up in Fontana, they were very strapped financially. In fact, when it came to Christmas, they didn't even have the money to buy gifts for the children. So when he would get around his friends and they'd ask him what he got for Christmas, he would just pretend that, oh, he left it at home, rather than to admit that they were too poor to have gifts. Those experiences made him a champion for disadvantaged youth, and today he serves as an adjunct professor at Moreno Valley College, where he teaches leadership classes to young adults. And he devotes as much time as possible in his busy schedule to working with juveniles in the Path to Success program. It was in this very room last Thursday night at a holiday music presentation that I met Ed for the first time. Now it is my pleasure to introduce him to you. Friends, please greet the District 2 Council Member for the City of Moreno Valley, the Honorable Ed Delgado.
Thank you, Les. Words were way too kind for me, Wes. Thank you. Going back, where's the honor guard? Did they leave? Good job, you guys. Really good job. If any of you veterans have ever been on a base and the national anthem starts playing, what do? You stop whatever you're doing, right? That took me back to that. I remember being on the base, doing whatever, playing outside or throwing the football around or whatever, and everybody on the base stops what they're doing to listen to that until they hear move on, right? So good job, you guys. And I will tell you, when I was asked to do this, of course I was going to feel honored to do it in front of you guys and all the entities that are here. But then I was told that the biggest champion for small businesses in Moreno Valley was Victoria Baca. Victoria Baca, she was supposed to be up here. And she was a huge champion of businesses in Moreno Valley. When I talked to her, when I told her I was going to run, she put a little bit of pressure on me and said, make sure that we treat our businesses well. If I won, to treat our businesses well. So today, I think that we should dedicate this entire day to Victoria Baca, the late Victoria Baca, because it was this important, very, very important to her that this take place and continue on and move forward, move Moreno Valley forward with small businesses. So just remember that while you're going through your day. Les, I do not have a voice like that guy. When he started talking, I'm like, oh, crap. How am I going to top that? Well, I'm not going to try to top that because I cannot. So Mr. Les, he should be on the radio. I think he missed his calling for sure. So In addition to me coming up here talking to you guys about small businesses, I would say that the stuff that I learned from the military prepared me for what I am doing today. And I'm an assistant sheriff with the Sheriff's Department, and I will tell you, it is like, it's county government, what I'm doing now. And I wouldn't have been able to do and get where I am without the military service, because it taught me leadership, integrity, honesty, and moving forward, that you don't give up. So for us in Moreno Valley, we're not going to give up on asking small businesses to start up or continue in Moreno Valley. And like Les said when he introduced me, my name is Ed Delgado, District 2 Council Member for the City of Moreno Valley. Thank each and every one of you for being a part of this year's Veteran and Small Business Summit. Today marks the 10th annual group meeting, and we are proud to be able to host it in our hometown of Moreno Valley with all of you. Before we get started, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped in making this event come together. A round of applause for the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center and the ARC. We could not have done it without you. Thank you. Even the stage is set up amazing. In today's gathering, we would like to focus on how to empower veterans, small business owners, and the public with knowledge and best practices to benefit each of you and shape the future of our communities. As a result of our mutual passion for veteran and small businesses, we unite to achieve our individual and our group goals. We need you as much as you need us, and that is why we are grateful to have you join us. 2020 and 21 have been a challenging year for many of us due to the pandemic, as we see today, everybody's in masks. But we are excited for the promising new initiatives and opportunities 2022 has in store for us. Today's ceremony underscores Moreno Valley's mission to enhance, build, and bring our community together. As a United States Coast Guard veteran, and I know all you Marines out there are saying Coasties, huh? Any good Coasties out there? All right. Marines? It's all right. I'm not going to hold it against you. I can speak to the economic growth our city has achieved. Moreno Valley looks to the future as we continue to grow and prosper. During the next few hours, you will be learning about different initiatives through thoughtfully planned activities, seminars, and experiences. I hope these will help you grow to be a more productive and fruitful. Thank you very much for listening to me and us as we began this morning. And I would like to welcome Andraki. Thank you guys very much for having me. Sorry about the pronunciation of the last name. God bless you.
Thank you, Councilman Ed Delgado. And thank you for those insights into the business climate here in Moreno Valley, as well as for that recognition of our military veterans. Thank you so much. You know, yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw it on the news, but yesterday morning, here in Moreno Valley, right here in Moreno Valley, it made the news. It was raining nickels, dimes, and quarters. I talked to Ed about it, and the councilman told me, don't worry about it. It's just climate change. So welcome climate change. It's raining dimes. It's raining nickels. That's the kind of change that really matters to my pocketbook. But the particular focus of this summit is small business and veteran-owned businesses. This special segment of the business world has really received a lot of attention during this post-COVID time frame. In California, the agency that oversees most of the outreach to these entities, in state contracting at least, is the Office of Small Business and Disabled Veterans Business Enterprise of the Department of General Services. Here, a business can be certified and recognized by the state for some very special contracting and bid opportunities, and to have special preferences with the state as well. We're privileged today to have as a speaker and panelist later this afternoon the branch chief of the Office of Small Business and DVBE Services, Ms. Dragich. Anda has a 20-year career in state service centering on assisting small businesses in economic development and procurement. Holding a degree in economics and forecasting, she is driven to make sure that her office stays ahead of the changing business climate and provides all of you that qualify with appropriate certifications and to be successful in state contracting. So friends and colleagues, please join me in welcoming to the stage for her first time speaking to you at the Veterans and Small Business Summit, the branch chief of the Office of Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise, Ms. Anda Dragich.
Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful beginning and festive to a wonderful day. Thank you, Les, for the kind introduction, and he got my name right at the end. My name is Anda Dragich. I am the chief of the Office of Small Business and Disabled Veteran Business Enterprise Services, also known as OSDS, with the Department of General Services, also known as DGS. And we'll have a trivia at the end to make sure that you got the acronyms right. It is very humbling to be here today and witness the honoring and the remembrance of a pillar of your community of Moreno Valley. I do know that Mayor Victoria Baca was a fervent supporter of small businesses and DVBs, and it is with her dedication and passion that we're here in this building today. So I'm really happy to see this day dedicated to her work and her efforts, and let's make that legacy continue. I'm also deeply honored to be in front of this esteemed audience of small businesses, diverse businesses, disabled veteran-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, and to share a little bit of our efforts of my office and my department, the Office of Small Business and DVB Services, are employing to ensure that we support small businesses and DVBs in getting access to state contracting opportunities. This is especially important today when we are during emergencies, during pandemic, wildfire, whatever the emergency is. Later on, Angela Schell, the Chief State Procurement Officer and the Deputy Director of the Procurement Division in the Department of General Services, will go into more detail about what the State Department and the state as a whole does to support small businesses and to increase their participation in the state procurement. We also have here today two of our members, Business Outreach Liaison, Wayne Gross, who you already know, Wayne, wave, and Michael Aguilio. They're ready for you to connect with you and to help you either get certified with the state of California, or if you are already certified, to get access to doing business with the state. We have an exhibit table right there, so please make sure you stop by today and take advantage of our best business outreach liaison we have there. You'll be in best hands. As you know, the state of California is probably one of the best buyers. It does spend anywhere between 10 to 12 billion every year, and out of that, 25% must be awarded to small businesses and 3% must be awarded to disabled veteran business enterprises such as you, or such as the future you if you haven't gotten certified yet. I'm happy to report that the state has met the DVB participation goal of 3% for almost 12 years in a row. So a round of applause for everyone who... However, we have still a lot of work to do. The pandemic and the natural disasters impacted the small, diverse, and disabled veteran-owned businesses most, and many of them are at risk at shutting down, even when they try to pivot and shift and try to meet the state needs or the economy needs. They were not able to. We have about 20,000 or more certified businesses in the state certification database, yet the state had a really challenging time to promptly identify and reach out and use small businesses and DVBs in its state emergency contracts. To address that gap, DGS has recently developed a small business and DVB emergency registry. What that is a dedicated portal where small businesses and DVBs certified with the state can self-register and identify and signal to the state, I'm here, I'm ready, I'm available, I can provide to you, the state, goods and services to meet your emergency needs. Currently, I'm proud to report that there are about 500 certified businesses already self-register in this emergency registry, although it was just launched like a month ago. And approximately 120 state buyers are using this registry to identify small businesses and DVBs and invite them in the solicitation on state emergency procurements. I think Angela Schell is going to talk a little bit more about the effort, but our exhibit table also has some information and a link to that emergency registry. During the past 2 fiscal years, we also saw 4 legislative bills passed supporting and strengthening the DVB program. Assembly Bill 230, Assembly Bill 1365, and Senate Bill 588 all address gaps in requirements for prime contractors subcontracting out to DVBEs in that they are required to certify to the state that they use and they pay the DVBEs as committed. It included sanctions, this legislative package included sanctions in case of non-compliance by prime contractors with such requirement, including withholding or even permanently deducting up to $10,000 of their contract money. Assembly Bill 1574 that just passed in October also brought some strengthening to the DVB program, especially the portion of compliance and program abuse. It also requires state departments to send their solicitation to an expanded pool of new and emerging small businesses and micro businesses, but also to the ones that are underutilized, that have not done that much business with the state. So what does that mean? It means that it's a great time for you to start getting certified and do business with the state, because the law now has your back. It supports you, and it requires departments not to work with the same businesses all over, but to expand their pool and reach out to the newer businesses. In implementing this new legislation, we're also updating our small business and DVB regulations, also to strengthen the small business and DVB programs. So if you're not yet certified, you're going to hear a lot about that from me today. Please stop by at our exhibit table, talk to Wayne and Michael. They can help you. Or if you're certified but you don't know where to start in doing business with the state, stop by our table exhibit and talk to Michael and Wayne, and they will connect you. They may even set up some one-on-one with you. I had an opportunity to just stop by a few tables and just chat with a few businesses today. I got a few business cards, but I'm coming for more. And the stories are inspiring and amazing. I got an opportunity to talk to a business that seems to be a success story in doing business with the state, although it took, 4 years to get to be starting doing business with the state. But the relentlessness, the dedication, the passion led to their success. I got another business that I talked to that they are certified, but they don't know where to start. So Wayne, that table is waiting for you. We got some businesses that don't even know what certification is. So please, please take advantage of our resources today, and let's connect to make that happen. Finally, OSTS, my office, has launched this fall what we call CalSat. It's the California Small Business and DVB Atlas tool. This is a tool that literally places small business and DVBs certified with the state on the map by placing and overlaying their GIS location on the state of California map of disadvantaged and non-disadvantaged communities. This tool will allow us to learn where small business and DVBs are located, where we do well, where we need to do better in our certification efforts, as well as in our targeted outreach efforts to ensure that we can lift up communities, disadvantaged and non-disadvantaged. CalSat will help us assess what other strategies we need to take moving forward. For example, using CalSat, just before I came here, I learned that there are about 904 small business and DVB certified in Riverside County that received $22.5 million from the state. However, when I took a deeper dive with using the tool, I can see that Moreno Valley only has 33 certified businesses. What's that, 3%? That's not much, right? And received about $350,000. Another level down, I see that only a handful of the certified small businesses and DVBs actually received this $350,000. So what does that tell us? That tells us that we have a lot of work to do in Moreno Valley, in the county, in the surrounding areas to help bring businesses get certified and to ensure that you get access to the state opportunities, those $10 to $12 billion annually. I hope this event is just one more stepping stone of this kind of efforts. I hope it attracts more businesses from the areas and surrounding areas and communities. And then we're moving the needle in the right direction, and we will see more firms getting certified and some of these numbers trending up. Next year, I'm going to check to see if that happened with all our efforts. In closing, I want to thank you for your time and for inviting me. I hope this summit will meet your needs, and I hope it will prompt you to be curious about what the state does and how you can get access to those opportunities. To the veteran audience here today and who's attending virtually, your transition back into the successful and productive enterprises ultimately helps out your community and then the recovery of our economy, of the state economy, and then will support future generations. On behalf of DGS and my office, Office of Small Business and DVB Services, I would like to thank you for your service and for your and your family's sacrifices. Lastly, I would like to thank to the ones that made this event possible and make it happen every day. Thank you, Al Renteria, Les Hawthorne. Thank you, the City of Moreno Valley, and thank you, the Southwest Veteran Business Resource Center, to help make this summit a success. Thank you very much for your patience, and I hope you enjoy the event. See you later on in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Anda, for that enlightening discourse about your agency and the opportunities that are still on the table for businesses in this post-COVID business support atmosphere. So if you haven't gotten your business certification, your small business or your disabled veteran business enterprise certification, make sure you come over to the panel. When we break, Anda and her boss, Angela Shell, will be on the panel and ready to answer all your questions. So thank you again, Anda, for all the information you shared with us. It's really hard not to get caught up in the holiday festive atmosphere with the way things are situated here on the stage. And I have an idea to help Santa out next year. You know, we just had all this rain, so I have this idea. If a little kid, those curious kids, if a little kid comes up to you and says, "Where does rain come from?" I got a cute answer for you to tell them. You say, "God is crying." And then when the little kid says, "Well, why is God crying?" You say something else cute. You say, "Probably because of something you did." Now, that will really separate the naughty from the nice, won't it? So keep that in mind as we head into the holiday season. Friends, this concludes the first part of our summit, the opening session. This summit is actually the final event in this year's VETS program, the Veteran Entrepreneurship Training Series. Throughout 2001, the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center has presented trainings virtually as well as live in various cities here in Southern California. And they're all designed to prepare small business owners like yourselves for opportunities to grow in state and public agency contracting. I've gone to some of the trainings over this year. And to give you an idea, I met a young man there who not only does his business grow from government contracting, but also from contracting with corporate and other small business entities. So when you walk around, make sure you say hello to someone who has proven the success of this training program. He is the owner of Clemtech LLC, Mr. Clement Johnson. Just give a wave out there. So you can build your business with regular general public sales and contracting, or through what we're here to learn more about, public agency contracting, winning those bids and getting certified to really move into, as Anda said, those higher tier dollar amounts that all of us can qualify for because of this post-COVID situation. Now, I also had a chance to meet another young lady there. I thought I had seen her earlier. Nancy Espy, are you still here? Nancy? Nancy was at one of our trainings. Now, here is a young lady who grew her business over 30 years through government contracting. And the fortunate thing for her is that because she was a woman business enterprise, she had additional, there she comes right there. Hello, Nancy. 30 years of business success. And you know one of the things she told me? She never had to actually pay for her bond because of the dependability of her business. The contractors would always include her subcontracting in their bond. So that is another way to build your business, even when you don't have the money for a bond, which you'll need for some of these contracts and bids. You can sometimes encourage the contractor, the prime contractor, to carry you on their bond. So if you get a chance, you can talk to Nancy throughout the day, and she's filled with ideas, filled with information. So pick her brain, she'll be very helpful. In each of our rooms, we have a coffee setup. And the coffee setup here and in the networking room down the hallway was provided by one of our businesses here in the room, ProAmerica360.com. Would you wave so we can say thank you for, where'd they go? Okay, there they are. Okay, to say thank you for the coffee setup. Oh, that's the difference. Thank you for that correction. All right. Directly from the horse's mouth. So now we'll move down from this main auditorium to our panelist room. There you'll be able to convene with us as we give you detailed answers to your specific questions. I know some of you, after listening to Anda, have some questions about how to take advantage of the new money that's being offered to small businesses. So you'll be there face-to-face with agency chiefs, department directors, and program managers, the decision makers that purchase products and services in Southern California in particular. Whether it be on the county, the city, or the state level, we will have representatives there on those panels. So be sure to stop in there, grab a seat, and get ready to rumble with our appointed leaders in small business contracting. And remember, our lunch will begin at 11:30. At 11:30, we'll have box lunches available for purchase. And then after lunch, we begin our afternoon session with a live performance of the 1st Marine Division Band, followed by our special guest speaker and the final business training sessions of 2021. So at this time, this part of the meeting is adjourned as we head over to the breakout panelist rooms and begin the afternoon session of the annual Business Summit. Thank you, friends, and I'll see you in the panelist room.
think we got like about 4 questions for the state, but that's about it. So I don't know, just mostly about how can you compete with an incumbent, like with somebody who's already doing business with the state, right on a contract.
So we did provide some questions.
Yeah, 4 questions.
I didn't even see that so well. We'll have to wait.
Let me know when we're ready to go. Okay. So thank you, friends, for getting in here and settling down on time. You know, some of you were actually in here a little bit early, and we appreciate that. But just remember, the early worm gets eaten by the bird. Don't forget that. But we do appreciate you being here and settled down in time for us to get started. Now, this panel will be a special treat for you who are interested in doing business here in Southern California, in Orange County, and with the state of California. So listen keenly to what they'll share, get your questions ready, and let's have a good time with panel number 1. Let's meet your panelists. You met this professional during the main session a few minutes ago, and now you can pummel her with questions about all the things she shared with you. The branch chief of the Office of Small Business and DVBE Services, Ms. Anda Dragich. Get away.
Thank you.
The next panelist will be presenting the keynote address after lunch. She is the Chief Procurement Officer for the Department of General Services and oversees all of California's purchases of goods and services. So when Anda has to send something up the chain of command, it goes to her. Please say hello to Miss Angela Shell. And our third panelist is a recipient of the 2020 Procure America Hero Award for her leadership in implementing innovative ideas and technology to make her agency faster and more responsive to all your needs. So if you're looking to do business with Orange County, she's the one to talk to. Not only is she in charge, but her office has been awarded the prestigious Achievement and Excellence Award in Procurement many times. So she knows what she's doing, and she's here to serve you. So if you're looking to do business with Orange County, say hello to the Programs Director of the OC Procurement Office, the Orange County Purchasing Agent, Ms. Maria Perona. So to start with, I'm just going to ask, first of all, the panelists to share an insight that would be valuable to our audience in this post-COVID situation. Anda had shared at stage that there's a lot of programs that are just not being taken advantage of. Maria, are there any programs in Orange County that are being especially responsive to this COVID situation?
I'm going to refer to my other panelists
Think
first so
about
I
that
can
one.
hear you. Thanks.
All right, Anda?
Yes, something that I did not mention is that if you become certified with the state of California as a small business or a DVBE, your certification is not only used by the state, but can only also be used by 40 plus other reciprocity partners. These are local governments, there are special districts, there are utility districts that accept this certification and in their own procurement programs. As a matter of fact, the latest one, reciprocity partner that we added to the pool of partners was the entire UCC system. And they are accepting the certification, and they put in place some great first small business policies to ensure participation in their own procurement. And that's a big procurement system, so.
Very good.
Thank you.
So all of you who are here, if you haven't gotten your certification, please take the steps that are necessary. We have trainings throughout the year. You can even go online to the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center website and see the recordings of the trainings that we've had throughout this year and even some from previous years. So if you're interested in moving forward and taking advantage of that program, get your certification and let's get moving.
Now, the person who knows the most about an overview of the whole system of purchases for the state of California is our panelist, Ms. Angela Shell. What can you tell us today about some of the things you're seeing coming in down the line?
I'll try to use the mic, maybe that'll help a little bit. So, you know, from our perspective, a lot of what we're seeing, and it kind of goes to your last question on, you know, what's happening as a result of COVID. So most state offices are going, we all went to telework, right? We went to emergency telework, everybody left their offices, we all went home, we're all continuing to work from home. That is largely going to stay that way. The state is not likely to return in the near future to a completely in-office operation. So because of that, we are looking at innovations to help us further our telework policies, goods and services that will help the state continue down that path, digitizing our processes, using technology to help us serve the state of California, because you're no longer going to have the opportunity to walk into a state facility and have a plethora of individuals there to help you. So if you are in the IT space, that's one of the things you want to be thinking about is what can I do that can help the state of California continue its telework opportunity? What can I do to help the state become more of a digital type of process versus a paper process? Because I know it's a shocker, the state of California is still very heavily involved in its paper processes. And we are trying to move that effort. But if you start looking around at individual state departments, you'll see that, websites are being updated, processes are being updated. There's a big shift in looking at, user-centered design, agile efforts, hi Lynn, all those sorts of things that are helping us be in the virtual world, but also giving the citizens of California what they need from the state. So those are some areas that, we'll continue to have infrastructure, that we're going to continue to build roads, we're going to continue to, have our infrastructure around the state of California. There'll be influx. Broadband is another area. I could probably talk this whole time about this, but broadband is another area that the state is infusing, approximately $3 billion over the next 5 years in the broadband effort. To be able to get broadband across the state of California, especially to our disadvantaged communities. So that's another area that, you want to be looking to in the state of California. What is it that you do? What is it that you're thinking about doing that can help contribute to some of those larger efforts?
Thank you, Angela. And Maria?
Oh.
There you go.
I know. Okay, so I have a better idea of what we're going after here. The county has just implemented their local small business and veteran-owned business program about a year ago. We utilize the state certification, so please, yes, get certified. The county, of course, as mentioned, expanding IT infrastructure to support remote working, to support remote solicitations, right? We're new to that. We're new to automation of solicitations, not a lot of in-person business done anymore. We've also gotten a large amount of infrastructure dollars that's coming down the road. We also have a huge focus in Orange County on mental health. Mm-hmm. So if you provide mental health services, we have a lot of different programs going on. So you really want to look at our healthcare agency website to see all the different programs, everything going on. We have a large amount of grants being given to small businesses post-COVID to support getting them back on their feet. So we're giving away a lot of money to local businesses to really support post-COVID activity, like you mentioned.
Yes. Now, think about what she says. She uses the expression giving away, but she doesn't mean giving away. She means qualified businesses receive that. So not just anyone. So as she mentioned, she recognizes the certifications that the state sponsors. So that's why it's so valuable to have those when it comes to even dealing with the Orange County Business Department. Why do you have that microphone? Give us a little idea of what it is how Orange County Procurement has done over the years. What kind of investment in the community, what kind of numbers did you have for this year?
On our preference programs, this is our first year. We're benchmarking this year. We don't have our first year numbers yet. Yeah, so we are excited to get that. Our board is very supportive and very interested in expanding the program. So currently, we give preference to local small businesses and disadvantaged DVBE, veteran businesses. Yeah. Okay. We are expanding that. We're doing a lot more networking to educate the community that we do have these programs available. Our board is very interested in expanding to subcontractors. We're not getting a lot of contract awards to these preference programs. So we're realizing that we do have to expand it and require our primes to have some subs qualify for these programs as well. So we're really trying to learn about the program as we go and expand it as much as we can. Like I said, our board is very interested in finding out our first year numbers and using those as a benchmark to increase each year.
Perfect, thank you. Now, if anyone in the audience now, after hearing some of the points that they've made, and especially after hearing Ann up on the stage in the main session talking about what her agency is doing, if you have any questions, raise your hand and we'll get one of the microphones over to you. So at this moment, are there any questions from the audience? Okay.
So, you mentioned for the subs, so for example, I'm a new business startup in the equipment rental business. And then if I wanted to get a sub, is that something that you facilitate, or do I have to contact the prime directly so they do the sub to me?
We have not implemented those requirements just yet,
Sure.
so I'm not sure how that is gonna go. I know the state does have some requirements, so I'll let them speak on that.
If you are, however, trying to do business with the state, I mentioned the state has a 25% for small businesses and 3% for DVBs. You would be the one reaching out to the prime contractor, but also by being in our certification database, which is searchable by the public, you are also being searched and identified as being able to provide goods and services in what the prime contractors are trying to do. We have the UNSBSC codes in our certification, in the certification profiles, where you put in exactly what you're doing, so then when they go in that database, they can find you easily. Does it answer the question?
Thank
Okay.
you.
First, I'd like to thank the state of California. The DVBE, which I am, is really working well for our company, ClemNet, up under the operational technology framework. But a question for Orange County. I'm located in San Diego County, but I still do work with Orange County. And I realize you have a preference, but will my DVBE still be as a preference after you've looked at all of the Orange County?
Yes. So the current way it's scoring, and we're reevaluating that this year due to our metrics, is you get a 5% for DVBE, 5% for local small business, or if you have both, you get an 8% preference. So you'll get either or. So yeah, you can get, if I have a local that's not a DVBE and you are the DVBE and you're not local, you have equal footing, right, on the preference.
Thank you.
No
I'm smiling.
problem. I can see it in your eye.
And that young man is the one that I had mentioned in the main session who's found success not only with contracting with public agencies, but also dealing with private corporations. So make sure you stop by his counter out there, by his table. If you have any questions on how to do that successfully, he's definitely got some answers for you. Yes?
Yes, could you tell me, State of California, briefly, what are you looking for as far as the broadband initiative is concerned?
So the question is, what are we looking for in the broadband initiative? And so it will be really all facets of it. So they'll be looking for, construction contractors to, put the broadband throughout the system, whether it be on the highway, whether it be, through parks, wherever the state determines they want to locate the placing of the broadband. So you'll have construction, public works contracts for that, but there'll also be a need for suppliers to support those, major contractors with, whatever the components are that go into broadband. So the switches, the cabling, the conduit, all of those things, as well as, dirt work. So all kind of facets of what would go into a public works project for placing the broadband. Take this off because it's fogging up my glasses. You have glasses. So it's really all facets, whatever would go into an operation. And so, you may not be the prime contractor on the project, but you might be a subcontractor who does dirt work. Or you might be a subcontractor that, does broadband as a specialty. Or you may be a supplier that provides the cabinets, the switches, the conduit, all of those things. So it's really all facets of it. So, they're in the very beginning stages right now, but it is definitely something that, there's federal dollars that are being infused to all states across the nation. So California is not the only state that's looking to do this. And so, that money comes in and we have 5 years to spend it. So it's a very aggressive schedule for the state of California. So the main entity that will be putting these contracts out will likely be the Department of Transportation. So you'll be looking to Caltrans to start putting these contracts out. I don't have a timeline, anything like that. I just know the dollars have to be spent in the next 5 years. So that's something that you really want to look at if that's your specialty, if that's your, all facets that you think might be able to contribute. You want to be a subcontractor, whatever it is. And to add on to Anda's last comment, in Cali Procure is where these contracts get advertised. So if you are certified, you're already in the system. If you've never done business with the state of California, you need to go into Cali Procure. You need to at least register yourself as a potential bidder in the system so that you can get notice of these upcoming contracts. There's also opportunities in Cali Procure to say, I'm a sub, this is what I do, I'm interested in performing work for you, prime contractor, whoever you might be on this contract. So there's a lot of tools out there to put yourself out there to say, hey, I'm interested. Maybe I can't prime this, but I'm a sub or I'm a supplier. Or I provide some sort of a service, like a project management service, for those of you that might be in that space. I'm an A&E vendor, and this is what I do. I give design services or project management services. There's so many things that can go into a public works project. And so Cali Procure is your site to go in and start reviewing what types of contracts are out there.
To add on to that, Orange County uses BidSync, so you'd have to register on BidSync to see any opportunities from Orange County.
Is there a cost?
There's no cost. There's no cost. And it's kind of tricky because they do have a cost option and a no cost option, but we are a no cost option.
Cali Procure is also free.
Like the handwriting.
Yes. The one they pay, will they get better service? You say there's one for free, one without, one costs money, right? For the BidSync.
The County of Orange is only the free option. The paid option, I'm not sure what that is for. I'm just trying to make it clear that we are the free option. Yeah, the paid option is for something else, but they do have two, so it can be confusing at times.
All right. Other questions from the floor? Yes.
Yeah, this question asked earlier about, I was wondering if there was any coordination with Russ when it comes to these projects that will be being funded through the project.
Could you?
Yeah, I didn't hear the organization. Can you repeat that?
Russ, it's the USDA has a program where they provide grants and loans, and it's called Russ for rural and urban. I forgot what it is, but it's a program that they use for funding. I'm struggling with this mask.
I know, we all are.
Yeah. Russ has a program, USDA has a program where they're offering funds for rural broadband. And so I was wondering if there was any coordination that the state may have with Russ, because we made contact with Russ here in the state of California, but I'm wondering if there's any relationship where we need to work with both of you guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that much detailed information, so I can't tell you, what the coordination is on the funding side for broadband. I'm kind of in on the procurement piece, and so I couldn't really give you detail on what that is. But if you have questions about that, we have two options. The California Department of Technology, California Department of Technology is who is leading the broadband effort on behalf of the state of California, working with the contracting arms for individual departments to make this happen. So they could be an option for you to reach out to on that question. We also have GoBiz for the state of California, and so that is really the governor's arm for small business overall in the state of California. Anda and I represent the contracting piece, the state contracting piece and reciprocity partner piece for small business. But GoBiz represents the entire state of California for all small businesses. You may not be a certified small business for state contracting, doesn't mean you're not a small business in the state of California. So GoBiz has a lot of resources on their website as well. They have a lot of funding resources. I just happened to come across a pamphlet that they have posted online that talks about all of the small business funding that's being made available, and a lot of it is happening in January. So I know it doesn't completely speak to your point about the coordination on the funding, and unfortunately I can't answer that, but the Department of Technology may be able to give you some additional information on whether there's coordination with the state and maybe the feds or even a local entity on the funding piece. So.
All right, any other questions from the floor? In that case, because of our delay in getting started in here, we're actually ending on time. It is 10:30. It is 10:30 and time to set up for our panel number 2, where you get a chance to find out what's happening in San Diego, Calvet, and other of the local, here in Riverside, fleet management, procurement, I should say. So make sure to stay in your seats. The next panel has some more information for all of you who are local and trying to build your businesses. So thank you to our panelists. Let me mention their names once again. On the far end is Angela Shell, the Chief Procurement Officer for the Department of General Services. And of course, next to her is Anda Dragich, the Branch Chief of the Office of Small Business and DVBE Services. And here is
Maria, County Procurement Officer for Orange County.
Orange County, purchasing agent. So again, let's give them a round of applause for being with us. And if you have more specific or individualized questions, don't hesitate to grab them when you see them out on the floor and ask them directly. They're here today to serve you, to answer your questions, and to move you forward in business success.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Kick off panel number 2. Welcome to this second panel of agency professionals. This group is unique in that they represent a diverse slice of purchasing power. And many of you will find some hidden gems of opportunity in the things that they'll share. First, with insight into local contracting opportunities, is the Assistant Director of the Riverside County Purchasing and Fleet Facility, Ms. Susanna Hinckley.
Good morning.
The next panelist is an educator with a background in technology. She is the Communications and Training Manager for the University of California. And since June, she has been the interim Small Business First program for the statewide UC Procurement Department. Say hello to Ms. Bara Waters. But a quick side note about Bara. Along with her husband, they make up a musical group called the Cosmic Spin Duo. And their latest single, called Messenger, hit #1 in the United Kingdom alternative folk chart this month.
Yes.
So congratulations.
Thank you. My secret side hustle.
A side hustle. She'll be traveling the world pretty soon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We all need your autograph now.
Oh,
That's right.
it won't be worth a thing.
Rounding out the panel is the son of a World War II veteran from the East Coast. He is the recipient of far too many professional awards to mention, and he's a sought-after speaker and presenter on the subject of procurement and contracting excellence. Serving as the director of the Department in Purchasing and Contracting for the County of San Diego, meet Jack Pellegrino. So, starting with Susanna, I'd just like to know if there's any, and this question is for all three of you, so give it some thought. Are there any particular opportunities that are available now because of the post-COVID situation?
Do you want to use the microphone? Or?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
It's better for the recording.
And just for the audience at home that's doing live streaming, if you have any questions, make sure to text them in the chat on the live stream and we'll get those answered for you. We had seen one question that came up earlier, so we'll make sure that we get to all of them. So if you have any questions on live stream, text them to us and we'll be ready to get them answered.
Good morning, everybody. Post-COVID has done a lot for all of us in the terms of making us take a look at our business and seeing what is it that we need to serve all of you, our community, and in the post-COVID world. So in our county specifically, right now we're just trying to get size of it all. What can we do? What do we need? We do have, obviously, infrastructure improvements going on, just like everyone else, to try to figure out what does post-COVID world look like. So mostly we're still in the discovery phase, but we're also in quite a bit of transformation in our current purchasing department, in our organization. So we've got a lot going on, nothing in specific right now, but we will be looking for opportunities to reach out to the vendor community to make sure that you all know what's coming up next.
Thank you, Susanna. Bara.
Well, what happened with COVID for UC is it really put the need for a small business program on the map. And it really made the regents pay attention to this, and it made the UC president pay attention to this, because with the UC, we are distributed throughout California. You know, if you look at our locations in the state, they're near some major metropolitan centers, but some not as major metropolitan centers. So it means that we're pretty evenly distributed throughout the state. And what we realized is that the UC has a large amount of spend, and that impacts our local and statewide community in a big way. So that's when it's our former chief procurement officer who retired in June. Bill Cooper was his name, but Bill really, I think part of his legacy, he wanted to leave a small business program, you know, with the UC to establish the importance and really shine the spotlight on the need for helping our businesses. So that's actually how the program Small Business First got started at the University of California. It was due to COVID. So in that sense, you know, sometimes good comes out of bad, right? And for us, that's really what it's been.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mara. Jack?
Good morning. One of the things from the County of San Diego a little bit, and I think Angela and the panelists before us said, that for opportunities for especially small businesses and minority businesses and veteran-owned businesses, because sometimes our programs are so large, my advice is to get involved with us. First of all, get registered on our websites. We have, and County San Diego have a system called BuyNet, and that is different than BidSync so you have to register with each and every entity, and I apologize for that. Someday we may grow up and use one database, but that's something in the future.
Yeah.
Get registered with us, talk to our folks. We are absolutely, I spend about $2 billion a year. And about 40 million of that is in P cards, okay? And that's an opportunity, I think, for each and every one of you in this room. We compete everything we do. Anything over $1,000, I need 3 quotes. And what COVID has told us is I need diversity of supply. I cannot keep buying from the same people over and over again because I need diversity of supply to secure our supply chain and make sure that I'm getting the best product quickly. And I think we've all faced that, is
Absolutely.
with shortages, we're all competing with each other. So I encourage you to meet our folks at our table, register on BuyNet, stop me in the hall, and I'll give you some more information about how to do business with us.
Thank you, Jack. And this panelist is himself a small business owner. And in his professional position, he serves as the office chief for the Office of Procurement and Contracts with CalVet, which includes advocating for small businesses and DVBEs. Mr. Ramon Carlos.
And I apologize for being late. I'm a one-man show today, so I had my exhibit table, and now I had to come over here, and I had a couple of people that I had to speak to. But don't know what the question is. As far as
just so you'll know, the question is, what is happening in this post-COVID environment that presents new business opportunities or that has affected your agency and how you're dealing with small business?
all right. Well, I think I kind of came in with hearing everyone's response and not to repeat what they've said. As far as my state agency, I don't know if you know about it. We have 8 homes throughout the state of California that veterans live there as residents, whether it's independent care to skilled nursing facilities as far as medical care 24/7. So with the COVID situation, yeah, it was taken very seriously when it comes to PPEs. Of course, our doctors, our nurses that are in the homes, as this gentleman mentioned, I apologize, I don't know your guys' names for being late. We're in competition with everybody. I think you heard from the previous panel, those of you that have been here probably with the other state agencies, DGS. DGS has kind of controlled it a little bit by having mandatory statewide contracts where we can go. They are short lists with certain small businesses and DVBs that we normally do business with. So we reach out to those guys. But yeah, it's a matter of a lot of PPE purchases. We are somewhat of a smaller agency. We normally spend around $75 million. But as far as our participation for SBs and DVBs, it's pretty significant. We're in the 40% range of small business and almost 11% DVBE. So we make it a point to do business with the certified firms.
All right, perfect. So now that everyone knows who are on the panel, there are going to be questions that will come up. But right now, let me ask another question of you to see what your feelings are. If you were a small business just getting started out, and maybe you don't qualify for any particular certification process, but you're a small business and you want to have some kind of interaction with you, what is the best way for them to go about finding out and to go about getting on your particular list? Because remember, we're not talking about certification, We're just talking about a business that wants to contract and do business with your agencies. So, Jack?
Yeah, if I may. So our system's called BINET, and what I advise folks to do is not only register on BINET with us, but also there's contacts, Judy Yang and Nicole, that are at our table. They're open for your calls anytime to help you navigate not only the register, but also you can view my active solicitations without registering every day on our County of San Diego's website under business. If you come over, it'll say view active solicitations. So what I encourage people to do is, although you may not be a large enterprise, look at those solicitations and come to a pre-bid conference or a pre-proposal conference and meet, it's virtual right now, but meet the primes that are potentially, that's an opportunity for you to become a subcontractor, to meet those primes. Because many of our subcontractors, I include in my proposals now, what's changed with me in COVID, I am requiring community contracting in my communities. You're going to hear more about that, and I know you saw my presentation on that. But, so that's really what's changed. So as a smaller entity, you often can't, deal with the large programs, but you can definitely, there's many opportunities as a sub.
I've got a question for you before it goes.
Okay.
Who are all these P codes for?
These I'm sorry.
Did you say that you have like earlier when you introduced yourself, you said you spend
P cards.
Oh,
That's
P
P cards. That is purchase cards.
Okay.
Sorry, that's my vernacular and my Philadelphia accent coming out.
East Coast.
East Coast.
Barb?
I would say for the UC, again, because we're so regionally distributed, I think what you want to do is get to know the campus purchasing offices, the campus either supply chain or purchasing offices in your region, because those folks have a lot of opportunities, again, for smaller procurements. That I'm at the system-wide level, so a lot of times our system-wide contracts have to cover all of our campuses or most of our campuses, so they usually work with large suppliers. But we are launching this coming year a program to really start connecting small businesses, DVBE businesses, with large suppliers as resellers and having other relationships to expand those larger suppliers' relationships with small businesses. That's not quite in place yet, but that's what we're looking toward in the coming year. But at the local campus level, if you think about it, a campus is like a small city. A UC campus has thousands upon thousands of students, faculty, all kinds of operations. I like to say that we supply everything from French fries to fruit flies, okay, at a UC campus because of all the research that goes on at UC campuses. These are very, very large operations. UC is the third largest employer in the state of California, so that gives you an idea of how large the campus operations are. And so you want to check out your local or regional campuses for small bid opportunities, if that's where you're at, or any bid opportunity. And you also want to go to our main source for this information because it will branch you out to all the campus information that you're going to need. So you want to go to ucop.edu/small-business-first. Okay, that web page will give you links to the various campus operations, supply chain and procurement office operations, and they have supplier diversity coordinators at each campus. They have, or a small business officer at each campus, and those people can really be your best friends, right? Because those people are going to help you know what opportunities may be coming. And what the Small Business First program does is it puts you kind of first in line for procurements under $250,000. So the campus buyers only need one quote for a purchase under $100,000, and that's pretty easy, right? And they only need 2 quotes for a purchase under $250,000. So you don't have to be in the RFP business at all. You can just be in the quote business if you want to do business with your local campuses. So that makes it a lot easier. And if you're on their list and if you're registered in our systems, that web page are going to, lead you right to, link right into our buying and purchasing systems, that's going to really help you in getting some traction.
Can you repeat that?
Definitely. UCOP, which stands for University of California Office of the President, .edu/small-business-first.
Is that FIRST?
FIRST, small business first, number 1.
Is there
Definitely.
another question, or any more questions before you want to move on?
There's a question on the live stream.
Great.
How can the SWVBRC help eliminate the supply chain issues?
Well,
I don't know if anybody can answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can help eliminate them, but like John was just saying, what they can do is diversify our supply chains. And because what happens if you get really dependent, on one supplier or a large supplier, and all of a sudden that supplier isn't able to deliver at that point, maybe there's a labor shortage issue, or, they're waiting for shipments from another country and they're sitting in the port, right? If you've got a small business or a DVBE business, right, that still deals in that same commodity, then you have an opportunity to get that commodity that you need.
Yeah, if I may.
Makes us stronger.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Having been in the supply business for 40 years, I think, and I'm guilty of this, we've become just-in-time oriented, and I don't have a warehouse anymore. So by not having a diverse supply chain, I found myself in a crisis last year. We all did. So the executives that I talked to, were re-looking at how do we make ourselves resilient in the future, and that is by buying through many sources, not just large ones, but emerging, smaller, minority businesses, so we have competition and choice.
Perfect. Susanna,
Are we going to this question or back to the other question?
whichever you'd like.
So I just want
You
to
got a
share a little
choice.
bit about how you would find Riverside County bidding opportunities and a little bit about our structure. So myself, I work at the centralized purchasing department along with my purchasing manager who I brought with me today, Vanessa Manuel. We have embedded personnel in all of our large departments, and then the smaller departments have embedded personnel or personnel who work within central purchasing to kind of get you connected to those departments. We have 2 different bidding systems at the moment. We have publicpurchase.com, and we also have our custom branded e-procurement solutions called Rivco Pro. You really want to be registered in both of those, but we do have staff available in our office, or we'll connect you to the specific department embedded personnel that handles, like, say, transportation. We would connect you with the specific procurement contract specialist responsible for that area. When you register in these systems, you want to provide the commodity codes of the service or product that you provide and you want to offer to the county. That's the quickest way for us to find you. But we're happy to connect you with our folks so that they can help you get to the departments as well. Because the departments, a lot of the large ones have their own, we have a semi-decentralized process where we have buyers with authority up to 50,000 within the individual departments because they do some of their own bidding. All of those personnel roll up and are guided and advised by our PCSs. So that's our procurement contract specialist staff. So we're happy to, if you call central purchasing, you can call our main number. We will direct you to those folks and get you connected with the people you need to talk to for your specific bidding opportunity or whatever you're interested in providing to the county. 100% support the opinions of my fellow panelists. We are also trying to diversify. We fell into the same sort of situation during COVID. I actually got promoted and went to Riverside County January of 2020, 2 weeks before the pandemic really began for us. And it was really interesting. So it was really interesting.
Trial by fire.
And our county is quite expansive. So we actually had the opportunity to tour the entire east side of our county just last week. And that entire area, Indio, Mecca, all of those areas out that way in the east, it's all small business. We are absolutely dependent on small business to make what we need to make work out that way, especially in case of emergency, which we actually have found recently in several emergency activations not related to COVID. So those specifically on the east end are dependent upon small business cooperation and our partnership with many small business partners.
And, hold on, Lynn.
Oh.
And I'll just add a little bit to both. The first one about small businesses that are not certified. Of course, as a state agency, when you come to my table, that's pretty much going to be the first question I ask. Are you certified, right? That's pretty much, we have thresholds, $5,000, $250,000. It's mainly certified. So it's not that the doors are shut. There are opportunities still because the widget that we're looking for, there might not be no DVBs or SBs out there that can provide that. So that opens the door to you guys, and you guys are there at the door waiting for those opportunities. So it's not like the doors are shut, but as a state agency, I have certain mandates and regulations that I have to follow. As far as diversifying, ditto. I encourage all my buyers to use as many different certified firms, SBs, DVBs as possible. I've been with Calvet 5 years, and proud to say that we've doubled the number of unique firms that we've used. And whether it's little challenges that I place to my staff, little prizes that I give them, but I pretty much tell them, I said, I want you to eventually use a certified firm with a high ID number. Why? Because that tells me they're newly certified. I don't want a certified firm that has an ID number of 400. They've been certified for years. I want somebody that has a 20,000 number because they're new to the system. So.
That's cool.
Now,
That's a great
if
idea.
you don't mind holding on to that microphone.
Will do.
With Calvet, are there any opportunities for therapeutic service offices?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, our 8 facilities have residents there, and you can, any medical service that you think might be needed, we have the use for it. We have a contract out there. If you visit my exhibit table, we actually have a look-ahead report of upcoming contracts that are going to be out on the street probably around April timeframe. Doesn't mean that those are the only ones we're going to put out next year. Of course, the following month we'll probably come up with a new look-ahead report, but we do provide that tool to give you guys an opportunity to prep your documents for an upcoming contract. But yeah, therapeutic, you name it, speech therapy, all kinds of medical services we definitely need and regularly use and contract for.
All right, thank you. Now, there's a question from the floor.
My name is Edward Stevens, and I flew in from San Francisco, Alameda, California, and I want to thank...
Alameda? That's where I live. Yay! Central, oh my gosh, I'm on Haight Avenue between Lincoln and Ninth. I love it.
But I want to thank you all because as a small business owner, I see that this whole pandemic has just busted open the opportunities for institutions that are now having to look for small business owners like ourselves, where we would get a Passover and I don't have time. It's fair game. The game is changing. As you can see, I'm wearing the logo, which I own the trademark of my company. And Banality 19 is the not coronavirus or COVID-19 public health care messaging company. Protect the ones you love. It's not a moment, it's a movement. And so business is not going to move until we address the issue of the coronavirus. And so the protocols that are out here, we have to be reminded. I noticed that a lot of people that were here were shaking hands, and I don't shake hands, I fist bump. Okay? And so, as long as we're out here thinking that we're going to be business as usual, we're not going to defeat coronavirus.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, I have a song, which is 1 minute and 7 seconds, which you all have.
And,
I think we lost our panel.
yeah, it's going to be on, my website. And now while he passes those out, that was our commercial break. And now we'll come back to this question.
He's a marketing model, give him credit for that.
So, this question is.
Called hijacking.
You're talking about the commodity code.
Yes.
And so, is it a special code for the county Riverside only, or it's in general? And it's IC code, sir?
It's a UNSPC code.
So it's.
Yes, it's general. We try to use codes that are universal so that you can try to find something that fits your particular business.
Okay, so I know the vendor registration, do you have to renew every year? Or once you register, it will be there for certain time?
I believe once you onboard, it stays there for at least 3 to 4 years until, if there's absolutely no activity, it may get deactivated, but it shouldn't be annual, no.
So just to piggyback on that, we use UNSPC codes, which are the universal international codes. And once you register with us, you are in the system, and like Riverside is, if there's no activity, there's no, we can tell if you log in. And if you don't log in for, I think we use for 5 years, your account is still there, but it'll go inactive.
All right, we have 2 questions. The first one here and then the second one there.
This question is for
Thank you.
Susanna.
Yes.
What was the phone number? You said it was one site or something for transportation or construction. So is there a separate or general contractor?
So we'd like to get to the point where we only have one site, but we actually have several right now. So a lot of the transportation bidding opportunities is actually in Bid Planet.
So how about construction? So work construction, is there something with?
Same. You would find it on either public purchase or in our Rivco Pro. But if you contact me, I will give you my card and my information. We'll also connect you to the facilities management department because they do most of the large construction projects.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Quinard McDowell, I'm with Provide Self Technologies. Take off I don't need it.
Okay.
Okay, now, how do you guys, I'm talking to the entire panel. Okay, you're a small business and you probably have like 45 years of expertise in various fields in your business. And you're just getting started. For example, that's what I did. I moved from Baltimore here to take care of my mother, and then I had to register with the state of California and everything. And then COVID hit. And then that just takes away 3 years of past performance. How do you guys, how do we bypass the past performance? Even though we have the experience and the knowledge and everything, but on the registration, it asks for past performance 3 years. And you do not meet that, so we're always in this constant loop of not being able to certify.
So if I may start, that was back to my comment that I would start with our P-card programs, our the UCs now, that's a tremendous, to be able to, on one bid to go up to $100,000, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen for me, let's be honest.
Us either.
Because, but on our smaller purchases, I am not asking for the P-card program, I am not asking for past performance, because that mostly is on, the product or service and price, because we do compete when we get those quotes. And what I would say is gain that past experience being a subcontractor, because you can list, when you do find something that requires past performance, obviously being a subcontractor to a prime or to another entity counts, okay? So that would be my advice.
Any other questions from the floor? In that case, I have a question. This question is, we talked about just doing business, but how does a new business start and engage in government business? How does a new business reach out? Jack had done a presentation. The reason I asked this, he had done a very comprehensive presentation in terms of a small business and getting involved with the government. So, Jack, what can you share with us on that?
Well, specifically, the presentation I did is we did a brand-new construction project. We just broke ground back in September in southeastern San Diego. It's called our Live Well Center. And we put in knowledgeably, with forethought, put in our contract that a requirement for the prime contractor, because it's going to be a major construction company, do a $60 million building, that I want hiring and subcontracting from the community. And I required that they gave me a written commitment and put money behind that. So if they do not meet that $6 million commitment, they will lose $1.8 million. And we're already through bid group 2, and I've been told that they have half of that commitment on their books already. So I'll be back in about 2 years. We're going to open the facility in June of '23, and then I'll report to you what we've done. But these are some of the things that I think our entities, I think we're a little bit ahead of the game
Yeah.
for requiring local and community contracting.
And that's why it's so important. Yes, hand back there.
No, I wanted to say thank you for doing that. That facility is opening up right in my neighborhood.
So
I pass it all the time.
here's my witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I right?
On a personal note, is there any opportunities for soft skill, people in the soft skills services?
Yes. So let's talk offline, and I'd be happy to talk to you about that, because that facility will be, I'll call it the one-stop shop for health and human services for the County of San Diego. Everything that you can imagine is going to be under one roof, including veteran services, and they even approached me to have a procurement office there, and I said yes.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
at least part-time.
Yeah.
Very good. So it's pretty clear that all the agencies that are represented here are committed to the success of small businesses. But the bottom line is you're going to have to do what you have to do to come to their attention. So if you've been listening, they keep talking about getting on their list through whatever it is that their particular agency uses, whether it's BidPro or some of the others. Make sure that you do this. So as we wind down now to the last 5 minutes, are there any additional thoughts you'd like to share with an audience that's interested in growing as a small business, contracting with public agencies, or just having a successful operation? Any last thoughts from our committee, our panelists?
I can start. This is short. With Calvet, of course, I am an advocate for the certified firms, SWVBRCs. I've been doing it now for probably a good 11, 12 years, even with my previous agency, which was Caltrans. But here at Calvet, what we've been doing to kind of encourage you guys to a ticket to the dance, pretty much. That's kind of how I call it. We give you guys an opportunity to speak to our buyers. Give you 10, 15 minutes. I have monthly meetings with all of my buyers. So what we started here over the last 4 months is giving certified firms that are interested an opportunity to your 15 minutes of fame in front of the buyers to present to them what service, what commodity you can provide. So now that way, sorry, excuse me. Guess everyone got water except me. No.
This one's fresh, not been touched.
So that way, they put a face to your
on.
business name, thank you, to the business name, and it's not just your business card or your capability statement. Now you have an opportunity to share a little more. And what I can promise with Calvet is we'll solicit to you as of that point moving forward. What happens after that, it all depends on you. Being responsive, responsible, reading your solicitation, reading your quotes, submitting all your forms, by the due date, by the time, whatever those minor details are, because that's pretty much what also gets you removed from that short list. So.
Do you just want to go this way?
Yeah, we can go that way.
Okay.
That's fine.
So,
Where is your meeting located?
It's actually virtual nowadays since we've been talking COVID, everything is virtual, so it's a Teams invite, and we give you that opportunity.
Thank you.
that really is a new opportunity that, 18, 20 months ago, you had to take time out of your busy day doing your projects to come to these bidders conferences. And now you do them Teams and many of our meetings are during lunch hour. So it's an opportunity. Just to piggyback on that, I would say a little bit differently. First of all, focus on what you do well. Don't pick something that you're going to be good at, that you can build your reputation on, because with me, we'll give you a chance. We're looking to give you a chance, but you have to perform. First of all, you have to be competitive, because I don't give out free contracts. I think we said that in the first panel. I don't give out free things. I have a public responsibility to spend all of our taxpayer dollars wisely. I take that very seriously. And for that, I expect results. So if you get a job with me and you don't do it well, what do you think is going to happen next time? Okay, so be accountable, figure out where your mark is, then subcontract, build your qualifications, and let's do business.
Great. I think with the UC, again, you want to check out the UC campuses in your region. Like, for instance, here in Riverside County, there's UC Riverside, but there's also UC Irvine, there's also UC San Diego. Those are not too far. Yes, and UC Irvine folks are right there.
Yeah.
They came today.
Zot.
Shauna and Lauren. And so you want to
My
get
daughter
to
was
know.
from
Oh, perfect.
And my son went to UC Riverside, so I got them both covered.
There you go. Good college choices. So you want to get to know those folks because they're people, right? And if you have a great service that you can offer, a great commodity that you can offer, they want to know, because again, we are trying to diversify our supply chains. Also, the UC has a goal of 25% small and minority-owned business to reach that goal. We're not there. We need to get there. The regents are looking at it. In fact, the chair of the regents is a huge small business advocate. So this is a big priority for UC. So we're looking for opportunities. And to echo about certification, you want to get certified with the state. It's free. I've been talking to people who have been in the small business space for a long time, and when I told them, oh yeah, our small businesses can be freely certified through the state of California, they were surprised. They said, oh, so many certifying agencies require fees. And they said, and it can take up to 2 years. And it's nothing like that with the state of California. They're very responsive and they will work with you. They want you to be certified. So please go through that, because if you're in the Cal-E Procure system, our UC buyers use that to search. They also use other platforms. We have our own platform called CaluSource, which is the California universities. And there's even another one called Supplier One. All these resources are on that Small Business First webpage that I gave you, so you can link out to those. And again, registering in those systems is pretty easy, and you also will have access to the public bid platform for UC as well through that page. So, just do your homework and do the footwork, or now, the virtual footwork. But get out there and get known, introduce yourselves, let the campuses and the purchasing departments, procurement departments, supply chain departments know that you're out there, and they want to work with you. They want to make those connections. Oh, that's right.
That's okay.
I appreciate everything that all the panelists have said today and agree wholeheartedly. We have the same responsibility as public agencies to make sure that we find the best value for the county at large. We want to spend for those of you who are in Riverside County, I am focused on spending your money wisely to procure these services. So I echo all those sentiments 100%. But on our side, I just want to add one more thing. Some of our bid solicitation documents can be very overwhelming to small business. They're large, they're complicated, they have a lot of language. Focus on the scope of work. I had a conference with a vendor last week that she just really got caught up in the 45 pages of language that's in our formal bid solicitation document. It's not that language is not important, but we really want the vendors to focus on the scope of work and the items that are being requested as far as your bid response. And if you get to a point where it doesn't make sense, ask questions, call us, use us as a resource. That's what we're there for. contact the facilitator of that RFP, RFB, RFQ, and ask questions. Be at the pre-proposal conference. Those are your opportunities to have a direct connect with the person who's facilitating that process. So give them a call, get your questions answered so that you can make the best proposal possible.
Thank you. Any last minute questions then before we
Another
adjourn?
question online from
One for the live streaming.
Cindy Lumpy. Where do you go to get started? And is there assistance when you get stuck? And is there a checklist to find and follow?
Yes to all things.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes to all of it. So each one of us have provided exactly where you would go to actually start looking for bid opportunities. We all have our independent websites, not to speak for anyone, but,
Yep.
and then the answer to where to go for help is to give us a call.
Correct. We
Yeah.
answer all calls.
Yep.
So then,
Be in touch.
make sure that as you see your panelists out on the floor, that you get a chance, if you want to do business or find out how to do business with them, introduce yourself, get their business card if they have any left, all right, take down their contact information, and network. It doesn't mean that you're gonna get a contract today, that's just not how it works. But it does mean that you're going to get into the pipeline leading to those contracting opportunities. So let's give our appreciation to our panelists. And again, the Assistant Director of the Riverside County Purchasing and Fleet Facility, Ms. Susanna Hinckley. The Communications and Training Manager for the University of California and the Interim Small Business First Program Manager, Ms. Barbara Streisand.
Oh, you are funny.
Ooh, that was good.
That was very
Thank
good.
you. That was good.
And the Director for the Department of Purchasing and Contracting for the County of San Diego, Jack Pellegrino. And the Office Chief for the Office of Procurement and Contracts with CalVet, Mr. Ramon Carlos. So again, friends, thank you for being here with the panelists. Now we will break for lunch. I understand that the vendor is a small business right here locally that is providing box lunches in consideration for our COVID protocols. So take that time, there's coffee and water in the main room, get around, network, stop at all the tables in the main room. One of yours
Okay, I'll bring up Lance, but Brian is going to help me with this next one.
How you doing, people? We having a good morning? All right. That's what I like to. Hey, couple ways.
Yes,
There's something about a guy dressed in red.
Little chunky?
Yeah,
White beard?
he's on the hip side. I don't want to. I'm not trying to spread any dirt on his name. He's a little heavy set.
Okay, not chunky, fluffy.
Fluffy, yeah, fluffy. You know.
Outside the waist, indeed.
He's got a Dunlap, you know. So he like.
You better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
Making a list and checking it twice. Trying to find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus coming to town.
He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake.
He knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake.
Oh, you better watch out,
You better not cry.
about time we feature our brass section over here with a wonderful jazz standard, Record Me. I don't think we've highlighted our pianist, Daxter and Ashley, just yet, so this next one, you're going to see his true color show. Was born on Christmas Day, save us all. blessed boy, holy Mother Mary, and nothing taken scorn. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort, joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. Father, blessed and came, and unto some shepherds brought tidings of the same. How that in Bethlehem was born the Son of God by name. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy, comfort, joy. Oh, tidings of comfort and joy. Give it one more time for Sass and Ashley. Alright, I think it's time for a little bit of soul, a little bit of funk. So it's about time for y'all Afro Blue. Dream of a life, my soul gone. I hear a hand stroke on the drum. denied. Oh, go it's just that night after and naked boy, beautiful girl. Dancing for joy, that naked world. Shades of denied, oh, go you. It's just that night, Afro blue. Two of us in space and things, undulating things. Should we say, songs of blue blues, shades of denied, oh, go you. It's just that night, Afro blue. Thanks so much. All right, you guys might recognize this next one. There will never be another you.
Christmas time can be good for a lot of people, but also maybe it can make you feel blue. So hopefully we can cheer you up with this familiar tune, or at least help you to relate. Elvis Presley in here. Figure out a song. Christmas time for lonely at us. You know, we just actually had a little party. And you know what that party reminded me of? All the food, the decorations, the friends, the family. It reminded me that Christmas just isn't the same if you're alone. And it can leave you feeling down in the dumps. But you agree, Sergeant Santiago? Give him a little something. Corporal Wagner, they have a little message they can send to Santa. I heard they've been communicating, but you know, there's been a little bit of a breakage somewhere,
We
right?
have been communicating. He has not answered any of my letters.
I'll spill all the tea. Tell them about it.
I have to send him a message. Santa, tell me if you're really there. Don't make me fall in love with you if you won't be here next year. Santa, next one is Strasburg, and the late and great Roy Harper.
spark in your engine with this next one. Hope everybody likes Stevie Wonder. I want to know what Christmas means to me. Let's get it back. We have one more treat for you all. Appreciate you guys for inviting us to this Veteran Job Fair. And we hope to see you next time, definitely. One more time, we are Old George from the 1st Marine Division Band. And you know, we're always here for you. Don't be afraid to call. Hey, so we're gonna end this last one on a nice little groove. A lot of people haven't heard of it. It's a surprise to me. Hopefully I can educate you on it. Call this one the Christmas Jam by Luther Vandross. Hey. I sure like the party, I deep into the night. I sure like the music, it sounds so nice. But was it my imagination when I heard the song I heard? DJ made this a one jam that made you Councilor National. Yeah, get up. Get up. Come on up. David. Hey, I noticed the job fair. Hey, don't get afraid to get on the day. You know what I mean? Get it on your shoulder. I won't tell nobody. Merry Christmas. My goodness, we have a holiday party going on here. Please show your appreciation for the 1st Marine Division Band, Old George. Well, I tell you, I was over here dancing for a little bit. Did anyone recognize that mashup they did with God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, and it sounded like Sarah Smile? My goodness, I hadn't heard anything like that before. Another round of appreciation, a round of applause for the 1st Marine Division Band, featuring the vocalists Corporal Wagner and Lance Corporal Brown. Thank you so much. I now encourage everyone to enter back into the main auditorium. In just a few moments, we'll get started with our keynote address. out for a couple of years, is getting a chance to meet someone who is a success story, who actually started out with the trainings that the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center offers. This young man in 2018 received an award. He had completed all the certification processes, he had went to all the trainings, and he received the award and got in front of the audience and spoke to all of us. That was in 2018. Here we are 3 years later, and he had gone from a one-man operation to these contracting opportunities and networking opportunities to now he has 6 employees and a booth right here in our arena. Please just give an acknowledgement to someone who is an example of what all of us can accomplish through this kind of a business summit. Please say hello to Mr. Jackson Dalton. Jackson! Success is just a handshake away, or a fist bump today. Our keynote address will be delivered by someone who is a familiar face if you were in the first panel discussion before lunch, or if you watched last year's virtual business summit. She is the Chief Procurement Officer at the Department of General Services, Ms. Angela Shell. Spending over $10 billion, not millions, but $10 billion a year, she oversees the largest public agency contracting and purchasing body in the state of California. Her office is also responsible for certifying you as a small business or a disabled veteran business enterprise. And she's also tasked with maintaining the list of certified small businesses for California to contract with. And she shared some special information in the panel about how COVID has some exceptional opportunities for all of you. Now, what makes that special for you is that California has small and veteran-owned business contracting goals built right into the state budget. So you are in a perfect position to benefit from the silver lining of this post-pandemic situation. There are opportunities and lots of them. Angela has extensive involvement with the business and veteran community. Her experience as a small business owner in the Sacramento area gives her added insight into the challenges and opportunities you are facing during these extraordinary times. And the military heritage is special for her, as her father and her brother are veterans. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the Chief Procurement Officer at the California Department of General Services, Ms. Angela Shell.
All right, thank you, Les, for that introduction. It's always humbling to stand up here amongst all of you and be the keynote speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to the Southwest Veterans organization for allowing DGS to really be here, not once, not twice, but this is the third time we've spoken today. So we appreciate that opportunity. And again, I'm Angela Shell. I'm the Chief Procurement Officer for the state of California. I'm also the Deputy Director for the Procurement Division at the Department of General Services. So as Les talked about, our responsibility is really in setting policy and procedure for all state departments who do contracting. There's several state departments here, and so they follow the policies and procedures that DGS has put in place, as well as adding their own department-specific types of policies and procedures. So, that's one of our biggest areas of focus. But also our other biggest area of focus is in the SB and the DVBE world, in that DGS certifies all of you that are already certified, or if you're not certified, Wanda has said it multiple times today, you need to get certified because there are so many opportunities in the state of California for you to get a contract as an SB or DVBE, and that certification does give you that opportunity that might be a little greater than somebody that's not certified in the state. So with that, again, thank you for asking us to be here. Now I have a full 5 pages of notes here, but I'm going to veer from them because Wanda came up this morning and really talked a lot about some of the points that are in here. So I don't want to reiterate those. So what I want to do is really just talk about some of the things that DGS is working on that are related to these programs, the SWVBRC programs, and what we're trying to do with our efforts and helping our state departments get to a better place with achieving our 25% small business goal and our 3% DVBE requirement. Let me say that. It is a 3% DVBE requirement. So if a state department has language in their contract that says, as a prime vendor, you must achieve 3% DVBE participation, it's a requirement. That means that prime vendor does not achieve that 3%, bid is rejected. They do not get the award. So I want to make that clear because there's a lot of conversation about, bills that have passed this year, a lot of what DGS is doing to step up our, I'll call it enforcement, but also our communication as to what the requirements are when there are DVBE contract obligations. So I'll touch on that a little bit as well. A few things that we've been looking at accomplishing for the next 2 years. So DGS as a department has a 2-year strategic plan. You'll see other departments have, varying levels of strategic plans, but all of us state departments should have strategic plans in place. And for procurement division, we look at, what are our goals for the next 2 years, 2-year plan? What are our goals for improving SBDVBE participation across the state? So some of the things that we are working on, and it's actually been touched on a little bit here earlier. I think Les actually made a joke about it, having to do with nickels and dimes and that sort of thing. I'm terrible at jokes, so I don't even remember the full part of what the joke was. But what caught my attention is that there is a piece that we are looking at that you all should be aware of, and it's sustainability in procurement. Okay, so everybody's aware of, our energy. I think we have somebody down here that has solar, right? I think I see that on your sign, that there's solar. We're looking to use alternative fuels, electric cars, all of those things. So the state of California in general has, plenty of goals to try and be more sustainable throughout all of our. But what we do in the procurement division is we really narrow that focus down to procurement. And so we are working on ways that we can achieve greater sustainability in our procurement operations. Part of that is through, going to electronic means when it comes to submitting bids, right? You're able to submit them online. If we're doing public awards of contracts, we're posting that online instead of you having to drive down to the DGS facility in Sacramento and actually look on a board somewhere to see, did I get awarded the contract or not? So part of what we're doing, but what we're also doing is looking at how we can encourage our vendors to be more sustainable in their own practices. And so I'm not going to go too far in depth with this today, but I want to throw that out there because sustainability, it's sort of a coin that gets thrown out all the time, but it is a real thing. And it is something that we want to be able to drive through procurement. We want to help our small businesses, our DVBEs, and frankly our big businesses, some of them are already there, to really look at how you can achieve sustainability in your practices through the goods that you might procure, your supply chain, services you provide, your hiring practices, whether you as a prime vendor, even though you're certified, are you in turn using SBs and DVBEs or diverse businesses as subs? Those are all things that we're going to be working towards. And so I'm just going to throw that teaser out there because we don't have a whole lot around it right now, but it is a goal that we're going to be working towards. So you're going to see that from DGS in terms of a statewide effort to really look at how we can help our businesses become more sustainable. That part isn't going to go away in California, pandemic or not. So that's one area that we're working on. Another area, Anda touched on it earlier, but I want to give a little bit of emphasis to it, and this is the fact that we have our state goal of 25%, we have our goal of 3% EVBE across all state departments, the state in general. We have not met the 25% small business participation goal for the last couple of years. And the reason we have not is because of our large-scale emergency purchasing that the state has done. First, before COVID hit, related to our wildfires, the devastation that we saw across both north and south in the state. And then also when COVID hit, right? The large amounts of goods, PPE, you're all wearing it today. Thankfully, I don't have to wear it while I'm talking up here. All that you're wearing, we had to do massive amounts, billions. it was very difficult to get those goods from any suppliers in the state of California, let alone our S's and our DVBEs. And so with all of the emergency contracting that's continued to go on for the last few years, it's really placed those numbers up, and the small business numbers have gone down as a result. So this emergency registry that Onda touched on earlier, it really is, it's a separate database that you can go into. And we're not just talking about PPE, because frankly, the state's not buying bulk PPE anymore. Let me put that out there, because I do get a lot of inquiries from businesses saying, hey, I've got, tests, I've got masks, I've got, other medical supplies. And from a statewide perspective, I can tell you that we have stockpiles, so we're not buying PPE in bulk. That doesn't mean an individual state department might not come to you and say, hey, I need gloves, I need nitrile gloves, I need masks, But in bulk, we're doing that in the way in which we were doing it a year and a half ago. But this emergency registry is more than just PPE. It's really about you letting the state know, letting our state buyers know, I can respond in an emergency. And what that means is that you are available 24/7. It's not call me on Thursday, I'll be open then, right? I need to call you, or I need to reach out to you on a Saturday at 10 p.m. because I need a generator. I need temporary lighting. I need water. I need bottled water. I need trailers. I need trailers that are going to house individuals that have lost their homes as a result of fire. Things like security. I need security services because I have this area where I'm housing people temporarily. It's not in such a great area. Maybe there's other things there. So I need security services. I need cleaning services. I need somebody to come in and clean, whatever this facility is. And so those are some of the things that are really important to this emergency registry. And if you are in that space, I cannot hit it home enough to go in and register yourself, and the specific goods isn't to go in and put in every UNSPSC code that you have. This is really about those specific codes you're ready, willing, and available to respond to in an emergency. Now, knock on wood, our fire sin, we didn't see the volume of fires this last year. They were just as devastating as they have in the past, but the volume wasn't as much. That isn't going to change likely in the state of California, right? We keep having catastrophe after catastrophe. So this emergency registry is really important. And Onda already gave you the numbers on why that's important. And just frankly, that's really my goal up here today, is to just give you some tips about some of the things we're working on, some of the things that you didn't hear in the panel this morning, or you didn't hear from Onda or the other speakers. These are things that are coming up that are important for you. If you're interested in spaces, you've got to go in and put yourself on that list, or put yourself into the bid so that you have an opportunity to get a contract. Another thing that we're looking at is, and it's actually active procurement, so I'm going to give you some details on it, but because I'm the procurement chief, I can't stand up here and give you too many details on an active procurement, right? But it is in CaliPure. So I've spoken to a couple of you today. If you are in the IT, the information technology space, services, okay? If it's something that you regularly supply to the state of California, or you're interested in getting into, you're not certified, but what you do, okay? We have an existing information technology master service agreement, okay? So this is what DGS does. Let me back that up just a little bit, because I'm totally veering from my notes here, so I'm going a little off the cuff here. The DGS, as a department, we are responsible for all of the state's contracting in terms of policies, procedures, the small business certification, those sorts of things. But I can tell you, in terms of volume, number of contracts, by and large, DGS, Procurement Division, we don't award the bulk of the contracts in the state of California. It's actually all of the state departments that are out there, okay? We, out of the Procurement Division, do very large-scale leveraged procurement agreements, okay? So they're actually $0. So when you enter into a contract with me in the Procurement Division, there's no dollars associated with it. It's an overarching agreement that says, I agree to the state's terms and conditions, I agree to provide these services, but the actual contract where you're going to get dollars associated with it will be with individual departments. So I'm going to call out CalVet, because they're sitting right in front of me. So CalVet, going back to the Information Technology Master Service Agreement, CalVet says, you know what, I have a need, and I am just making it up, I have a need for somebody to come in and do an analysis of a computer system, okay? It's an information technology service. They're gonna say, instead of me going out there and putting out complicated, low bid procurement or request for a proposal, I'm gonna go to one of DGS's leveraged procurement agreements, the IT MSA, and I'm gonna pull a vendor that's on that list, and I'm gonna ask multiple vendors to give me a quote, and I'm gonna analyze that for best value, not low bid, which I know is a big deal for small business, right? That can be a barrier when you're looking at low bid versus best value. So I'm gonna pull a few vendors off of that list. I'm gonna ask them to give me a quote, and I'm gonna analyze it based on best value, and I'm gonna make an award, and that's where your dollars come from. So we do an overarching agreement, individual departments issue procurements. So back to the IT MSA. It's been in place for many years. We have decided to change the title of this IT MSA. Now we have probably 200 plus vendors, okay, on this list, so it's a massive list. We've decided to change the title from IT MSA to add in our digital and data services. So the title of the contract is the Technology, I have to look at my notes now, Technology, Digital, and Data Consulting Master Service Agreement. It will replace the IT MSA. The reason this is important is because it's out on the street right now. So Cali Procure is the system that the state of California uses to advertise its contracts, okay? We don't advertise them anywhere else. You might have a state department that says, here's a list of upcoming contracts that we're going to advertise soon, but when they go to advertise it, it goes on Cali Procure for these large-scale competitive procurements. So it is on Cali Procure right now, okay? So if you are in that space where you're looking at, and I'll give you some examples of some classifications. So content designer, technical writer, okay, this is all public, data analyst, geospatial analyst, user experience researchers, product manager, full stack developers, software engineers, information security analyst, engineer, project manager, DevOps engineer, business solutions analyst. These are all the IT classifications and the data and digital classifications that are in this new solicitation. This is a great opportunity if you're a small business or a DVBE to get on this list, okay? You do have to submit documents. We are using, again, this is another opportunity, we are using an online system for you to upload documents into the system. Traditionally in the past, you submit this massive package by email, or you have to mail it to the procurement division. We're trying to get with the times. You go into the system and you upload your administrative requirements. And by, I think the bids are due in the first part of January, okay? You'll actually submit your pricing. So it does require pricing. One of the things that we've done, and this is part of our efforts, this is why I wanted to mention this, is because we're really excited about this combining of this contract. We don't have a digital or a data services contract today, and we're combining them together. A couple of the things that we did when we looked at this was, well, how can we help small businesses get on this list? So one of the things that we've heard consistently is that, you know, why do you have so many requirements? Why do I have to have experience of 10 years? You know, why do I have to have been a prime vendor of the state of California before I can ever even get on a contract? So we took that to heart, and in this particular contract, we're allowing you to submit your experience, references that don't require you to in a prime with the state of California. Okay, so this is one element that we're looking at to try and help small businesses. And overall, these are the themes that we're working towards on to talk to this morning. These are the themes that we're working towards trying to get more SBs and DVBEs into state contracting, because we recognize that it's challenging. I mean, we can only do so much to kind of reduce our specifications, reduce some of the paperwork, but some of the things that we can do is, and actually it's allowed by statute. There's a statute that allows us to reduce those experience requirements. So you will see that in we call it the TDDC. That's just one example of contracts that we have out there right now, and one example of how we've reduced the experience requirements so that you could be awarded a contract with the State Department up to $1.5 million with just references as sub, not necessarily a prime, okay? And some of you, if you're not in that information technology space, this might not be as big of a deal, but it is a deal on this IT contract that's coming up. And it is an example of the things that we're working towards trying to get both our contracts in the procurement division and other state departments to really look at how you can encourage SBDVBE participation. And one of the ways is looking at those requirements, those references. So that is out there on Cal eProcure. Please take a look. Hopefully you're familiar with Cal eProcure. If you're not, that is the state system. Again, we have a table down here. Wayne is down there. We talked about him this morning. Michael is here somewhere as well. Talk to him about how you get on Cal eProcure, okay? It's based on the state's financial information system known as Fiscal, and Cal eProcure is really like a skin over the top of the back end of Fiscal. I did have a conversation with somebody this morning about Cal eProcure is not the easiest system to use, and I agree. It is not necessarily the easiest system that you are ever going to use. But we are working to continue to do upgrades to the system so that it will make it easier. If you're in Cal eProcure now, hopefully you notice that you now have a work center that's specific just to your business, your vendor certification. You can go in, you can see what contracts you're interested in, you can see your certification status at any time. It's your very own work center. So that's one of the improvements that we've made in the last year or so to the Cal eProcure system. So again, I can't talk about that enough. So I'm going to move on to a couple of the policy and legislation pieces. Again, Onda talked a little bit about it this morning. So there were a few laws, and she mentioned what those laws were, and we were able to finally combine our policy into one based on those 3 statutory changes that happened. And we believe that this is really a strengthening for the DVBE program in particular. And so really what this does is it strengthens the fact that, and I think I've had a couple conversations about this today, that if you are listed on a contract, okay, it's a commitment that a contractor or a vendor made to use you on a contract. They must use you. It's not an option to just, oh, I'll just use your name and I'll give you 2% later. That is not an option and it's not legal. Okay, so if that happens to you, please talk to that department, talk to us at DGS. That doesn't work for the DVBE program. So in strengthening our policy on this, and we did just issue policy to all of our state departments, all of that is posted online. Essentially, what is now required is state departments are required to put language in their contract that identifies. Getting feedback? Is that what I'm hearing? Can you guys still hear? Because I'm hearing it like, okay, you can still hear me? Okay, I hear a fuzzy something going on up here. So, okay, so if you are listed on a contract, first and foremost, state departments that are using the Fiscal system, you will get a system-generated email. Will tell you, subcontractor, DVBE, you've been listed on a state contract. That's your first key that either I submitted a bid to a prime, they used my number, they listed me on contract, I need to make that outreach, make sure, or I didn't submit a bid to this contractor. Why is my name listed on this contract? So it's a good mechanism for you to get a sense of what's happening on our contracts. So first and foremost, that's that. The second part of it is really contract language in, sure that departments are in contractors. These are the requirements. You must meet these requirements. The third piece is at the end of the contract, contractors are required to submit a utilization form that says, these are the DVBEs that I listed on the contract, these are the ones I used, and this is how much I paid them, okay? So that's the strengthening of the program. If at the completion of the contract, that contractor does not submit that form to the State Department, it's actually a contract withhold of up to $10,000 or the full payment if it's less than $10,000, okay? Now some of you might, well, maybe that's not much on a large scale contract, but it is a state, it's a statutory requirement now that hasn't existed before. So it's something that we'll be monitoring. It's something that our state departments are required to do now. There may have been some state departments that had some of this in place before, but today it's a statutory requirement. So it's another way of strengthening the DBE program. When someone makes a commitment, they have to fulfill that commitment. There are ways to make substitution. Those have to actually come through my office. ONDA's team has to actually approve it if it's a valid substitution, okay? So that's one way that we're looking at, strengthening based on the statutory requirements. ONDA touched on 1574. So this is a great bill that just passed. It provides additional language for state departments that they have to vary their use of SBDVBE. One of the other comments that we hear a lot is, well, yeah, that's great, but they always use the same small business, or they always use the same DVBE. So this bill provides language that says departments have to strengthen their outreach, okay? Strengthen their outreach, such as events like this, and they do have to vary the use of SBs and DVBs that have either never done work with the state before or have not done work with that state department before. So DGS is working on policy surrounding that, but that's a great addition to that piece of legislation. The other thing that AB 1574 added in is a strengthening of what's known as the Target Area Contract Preference Act. We call it TACPA. So this applies to contract in excess of $100,000, and it's basically an economic recovery statute. It's been there for quite some time, but I don't think vendors are very aware of it, so they don't take advantage of it very often, okay? It's contract language, it will be in there, but essentially what it gives you is a bid preference. So if you're a prime vendor and your contract is over $100,000 and you want to take advantage of TACPA, you can get a 5% preference, so that's 5% dollars knocked off your bid for bid comparison purposes only. If your bid comes in and it's accepted, we're not going to reduce your bid and only pay you 5% less. It's just for bid comparison purposes, okay? You get up to a 5% preference for committing to performing work, contract work in a distressed area. The distressed area is defined in the statute, and DGS has plenty of information on our website about TACPA and how you can use it. You can also get up to a 5%, so it's up to $50,000 for the first preference. You can also get up to a 5% preference at $50,000 for also using a workforce that's comprised of persons with a high risk of unemployment. Okay, so these are two great economic recovery pieces, and because of COVID, we see how devastated our communities are with business going out of business and everywhere. And so this is a great opportunity in state contracting to be able to help in these distressed areas. Now, your preference is capped at $100,000, so 50 and 50 capped at $100,000. But it's a great addition to AB 1574. So, we can certainly give you more information about that, but be looking for that. It is on the DGS website. So I'm going to transition to our outreach efforts. We're here with a lot of other departments as well, right? And a lot of what we do is geared towards, getting to these events. Now, we pivoted online. We pivoted online this year because most of us did, right? There was no opportunity, and we're thankful that we get this opportunity to come together, face to face and have these conversations. But we have continued to do, our outreach to our disadvantaged communities, to organizations where we can provide grants to organizations such as this organization here, other chambers and those sorts of things, where we want to support your outreach efforts like this so that we can get to businesses that come in and we can talk to you about what the state offers. So we are continuing on our outreach, and we are making connections on that outreach every day. What AB 1574 does is it also helps state departments increase their outreach efforts in the same way that DGS does. So we'll be partnering with state departments to be able to continue doing these sorts of efforts and focus them on, whatever the area is. Is distressed area that we need to focus? Is it a specific type of contracting? DGS is always looking for those efforts to partner on increasing our outreach, and hopefully in the future we can do more and more face-to-face events in a safe environment. So we're continuing with our outreach. I talked about Cali Procure. We've continued to update that. We are also working on updating systems so that we can show payment information. So for those of most state departments are using the Fiscal system, which again is the back end to the Cali Procure system. but we're developing something now that will allow payments to be more transparent in the system. So if you're wondering, has the state paid my bill, or has the state paid my prime vendor for the work that they performed? In the next few months, we will have a solution in the fiscal system, aka Cali Procure, where you will be able to see, what's been paid out on individual purchase orders or contracts. We're very excited about, because we know that prompt payment is also a huge barrier for smalls and DVBEs, right? If you can't get paid, you can't continue doing business because you can't bankroll the state of California. So we're continuing to work on ways in which we can enhance our prompt payment features in the system. Let's see. I touched on the UC reciprocity agreement. The last numbers that we were given by UC, and I thought there was going to be somebody here from UC, but I don't know that I've seen that. So the last numbers that we gave were UC had upwards of $5 billion in opportunity for small businesses. So, if that's where you like to do your contracting, is in the UC system, they have now accepted our reciprocity certification program. So you no longer have to get something extra when it comes to certification. Your state EGS certification now works with UC contracting. So really excited about that opportunity, because it really opens up a lot of dollars. I've got some thumbs up there in the back. It really opens up a lot of dollars for you to compete with, and it just makes it a little bit easier in that you don't have to go get another certification. So we're really excited about that. Couple of other things I want to touch on is, just kind of looking at where we are in terms of awards. So in our last fiscal year, just so you know the space, if you're not doing state contracting or you want to get your foot in the door, in the last fiscal year, we awarded nearly $3 billion to small businesses and $540 million to the VBE community in an effort to achieve our 25% and our 3%. So, I'm sitting up here recognizing that it's not easy to do any sort of governmental contracting, right? There's lots of layers that unfortunately we infuse into our contracting processes, and sometimes it's because of laws we're required to. Sometimes it's risk, looking at risk and what we want to maybe cover as part of our risk evaluation. And again, it's complex. It can be very complex. And so, we had a conversation earlier with Black Box, and, the time that it takes to get your foot in the door, and it is not an easy process, but we do have opportunities that can get started. Cali Procure is the first one in really looking at what contracts are out there. But we do have a subset of contracts that are available directly to SBs or DVBEs. And those that we call it option program, the SB DVBE option. If you've never done contracting with the state, it's a really good opportunity to get your foot in the door. What the option program does is it allows state departments to reach out to a minimum of 2 SBs or DVBEs. Unfortunately, we cannot combine them, so one DVBE, one small. It's 2 independents to get pricing, and it's a direct award. So we don't call it a competitive process because you don't have to we're not advertising necessarily, reaching out to you directly. We're not, competing in a fully competitive environment, but it's really an opportunity for a department to say, hey, small business, here's what I need done. Can you come in and do it? And it's best value evaluation. It's not necessarily low bid environment, which is why we don't call it fully competitive. But it is an opportunity for you to get your foot in the door with the state of California. Last year we awarded significant amount to the SBDVBE option. When I say last year, I mean the year prior. We're still working out our numbers for the last fiscal year. But it's a significant amount of contracts that get awarded in SBDVBE option because it's a slightly easier process for state departments as well. So we encourage our departments to use that. They do regularly, but it's a way for you to get your foot in the door. All of the information is posted on DGS's website. If you have any questions about it, you can always go in, mine through our website, and then Onda's team is available if you have additional questions about how the option works. We also, again, we have the preferences. If you're a small business, you get 5% knocked off your bid, again, for bid comparison purposes. So there's a lot of opportunity out there. We know it's not easy, but you do have to come to the plate and decide that you want to get your foot in the door. Another tool that we have is our SWVBRC advocates within our state departments. It's also something that we'll be working on throughout the course of the next year. We know that there's turnover sometimes at state departments. We know that sometimes the advocates are not sure how they can help you when it comes to state contracting. And so one of the goals that we have at DGS is reaching out, and we've done this in several venues, is reaching out to our vendor community to say, what do you need from an advocate at a state department? What is it that you need them to help you with? If you call a state department, what do you want them to do? Do you want them to help you navigate their contracting process? Do you want them to give you information on upcoming contract bid dates? Do you want them to give you information on how to fill out a document? What do you need from them? So we're capturing that information, and we're also working with our state department advocates to say, what do you need to get your job done? What do you need to help you be more equipped to help the vendor community when they come knocking on your door? Because the worst thing is for an advocate to say, I don't know how to help you, or for you as a business to say, the advocate's not helping me. They can't answer my questions. So we're trying to bridge that gap a little bit to be able to get both parties to the table to be able to say, how can we best help you? How can we best help our state team so that you're getting what you need and you know how to navigate the system? So that's another area that we're working on. In the interim, I want to encourage you to reach out to that SWVBRC advocate because they really are your best connection. They can help bridge the gap with the procurement folks, program folks within the State Department, okay? Because the advocate isn't the one that awards the contracts. They have to go to the procurement individual, and the procurement individual is really the person in the middle. They have to go to the program to say, what is it you want? If you want me to award a contract, tell me what you need, right? So procurement is really in the middle. And so the advocate is really one of the best ways to help you get in there and have that conversation about what you need, who can they talk to, okay? Who can you talk to in the State Department to market yourself, to talk about, and this is another point that I'll bring up, to talk with somebody in the department when you don't get the bid, okay? So how many of you have tried on state contracts and have been unsuccessful? I know it's terrible to say that, but not everybody gets every award, right? It just doesn't work that way. So what I want to encourage you to do and what I want to tell you is always available to you. You need to exercise this option every time. If you don't get the bid, call that department and ask why. Once the contract's awarded, they will not talk to you during the procurement process, right? Because that erodes the sanctity of the procurement process. But once the contract's awarded and you know you didn't get it, that is your opportunity to contact that State Department and say, what could I have done differently? Okay, we had a recent success story, and it was actually related to broadband. I know I talked about that in the side conversation earlier. And we had a recent success story with a vendor that is actually on our advisory council, and he talked about the fact that he'd been trying to get into state contracting, and he was unsuccessful. He called the State Department and he was able to get a hold of a buyer who actually shared with him, look, your proposal was great, but you just didn't do as well as bidder number one on your narrative. If you had done this and this, that would have set you apart. And this vendor took that to heart, and the next time a contract came up, he submitted and he knocked it out of the park. And he got himself, I think it's over $1 million contract for broadband. So it really can be valuable for you to know how you were compared against other bidders. Okay, what could you have done differently? What did that State Department see as maybe you weren't as good in this area? Your price was great, but because it was an RFP, we didn't just score you on price. This wasn't just low bid. So I want to encourage all of you, if you have not gotten a contract and you've tried, keep trying, but reach out to that State Department and get that feedback. Ask questions, ask specific questions about, you know, how was this? How was that? What could I have done differently? Okay? Because that's valuable information for you to know the next time. And we have seen success stories that people take it to heart, they do better, and they end up getting a contract award. So, all right, let me see what other tidbits I have for you here before I step away. So again, Cali Procure, can't say that enough. it's imperative that you keep your certification profile up to date. If something changes in your business, you always have the opportunity to go into Cali Procure and update it, okay? If you have a new UNSPSC code, you know, you've ventured into something new, make sure you go in and you update, okay? Update your profile so that state departments know exactly what you're selling, okay? So always keep your Cali Procure profile up to date. It's again, I can't say that enough, because we have had instances where we have found that, you know, a bidder didn't get something because when a buyer did an analysis that, well, it wasn't in your profile. And they say, well, but this is what I do, but it's not in your certification profile, okay? And bidders are buyer relying on that certification profile. So make sure you're going in and you're doing that. All right, so we have DGS representatives down at our table. Wanda and I are both here that are ready to provide you with whatever information you need to help you, whether it's certification, whether it's getting state contracts. Wayne Gross, who's down at our table there, he has a 2:40 p.m. I'm giving you some plug here. He's a business outreach liaison. He has a webinar on updating your California profile. So make sure if you think you need to do that, you go in there. If you're not receiving a lot of solicitations, Wayne's going to talk to you about how you can make that more succinct so that you're getting notice of solicitations on what you actually want to receive. And what I see here is it says your eyes will be opened. So Wayne, we're counting on you to open our eyes. Again, we have our table. Ask them any question. You know, you have state departments here. They can talk to you about their specific contracting programs. They do differ. Remember I said earlier, DGS does these large-scale leverage procurement agreements that are $0. State departments buy from them. But the bulk of procurement in the state of California happens at state departments. DGS as a department does do contracting. Okay, they do contracting for DGS as a department. It is not in my division. I do the statewide, they do DGS department contracting, okay? So make sure you're reaching out. So thank you for the opportunity again to come and see you today. I hope that you have found between each of these speaking engagements that you're finding this information to be useful to you as an SPR at DVBE. Because again, we're really excited about some of these new changes in policy and legislation that are coming up, and we're excited about how we can help move the needle on getting our participation to where it needs to be, and really affecting that emergency procurement as well, because that doesn't seem to go away, and that's really where our numbers are driving down, our overall achievement of 25%. So we're excited to be here. We look forward to how we can help you in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela. One of the things Angela has done is let us have the overview, the far-reaching picture of what's coming up with DGS. When Anda was here, she was sharing some of the boots on the ground, these direct things that you can get in. Angela, on the other hand, has the overview, a more comprehensive picture of what you can do in business and contracting with the state. So we really appreciate how they covered both ends of the spectrum with us here today. So please, give another round to the Chief Procurement Officer of the California Department of General Services, Ms. Angela Shell. It's really been a day of personal growth and business development, hasn't it? Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, from the knowledgeable speakers that we've had, to the informative panels that hosted, to the heart-pumping music of the 1st Marine Band, this day has really been something enlightening and empowering, hasn't it? And it's not over, because as Angela mentioned, we will be having training sessions in the room where we had the earlier panel discussions. We will have 4 separate training sessions designed to make sure that you get more information specifically in those areas. So take a look at the poster to see which one comes up first so you know exactly how to be prepared. Now, if any of you would like to learn more, you can always go to the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center website.
register on the website so that you can be contacted when the certification training comes available. And if you don't want to wait, we actually have videos on that website that you can watch, and you can get that insight right in the comfort of your own home. Now, I'd like to give thanks to and a word of appreciation to a few people here today. One of them that I got wrong this morning is Stash Coffee, the vendor that provided all our coffee today. Now, if you're ever driving down that 5 freeway, headed to San Diego, and you're passing through Oceanside, stop off, say hello, buy some coffee. They're right on El Central Street in San Diego. Get on down there. That was a public service announcement. We'd like to thank the City of Moreno Valley for hosting us in this fine facility. On your way out, if you have an opportunity, go to the street right behind here, right behind this building, directly behind here, is the memorial to our veterans that the City of Moreno Valley has established. So take some time, get a feel of how committed the City of Moreno Valley is to our veterans and to small business. And someone that has really made sure that this day would be successful for all of us. Earlier this year, we thought we might lose him. He had a tremendous health challenge. Prayers went up everywhere. People were praying, people were meditating, people were manifesting a healing for this young man. So I'd like to say how happy we all are that he made it through. Please show your appreciation to the CEO of the Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center, alive and well, Mr. Albert Renteria. Without him, none of this would be possible. Without him and all his team of supporters, none of this would be possible. And now, on behalf of Southwest Veterans Business Resource Center, the ARC, and the California Department of General Services, we'd like to thank you for being here. We look forward to seeing you again next year. And we encourage you to get on over to that panel room for those trainings because you don't want to miss out on the information. Again, my name is Les Hawthorne. It has been my privilege to serve you, and I look forward to seeing and working with you throughout the coming year. 2022 is the year. It's going to happen. Step into your business greatness, friends. Do what you have to do. Get certified, get contracted, and next year, I'll introduce you as one of those success stories. Thank you for being here. See you next year. So we now head over to the training sessions after you have some time to network. Caltrans Office of Civil Rights.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this presentation concerning DB certification. I'm just going to give you guys a brief overview. Just curious, how many of you know what the DB program is? Okay, then let's go. Okay, so basically a little background about the DB program is, well, let me read the Caltrans non-discrimination policy statement first. So Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination based on race, color, and national origin. Specifically, 42 USC 200D. Basically, no persons in the United States shall, on the ground of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. This is one of the reasons they came up with the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise program. So Caltrans manages and develops and maintains over 50,000 miles of state highway and interstate freeway lanes. Also goes into rail services, airports, heliports. It's a very, very broad program. Because of the scope of Caltrans' mission, it is far greater for Caltrans to manage alone. The department depends on private contracting partners to fulfill the mission and our project goals. So, in short, our mission is to provide a safe, sustainable, integrated, and efficient transportation system to enhance our state's economy and livability. So, some of the objectives we're going to go through is learning about the DB. There are numerous benefits, but I will highlight several. Basically, this program is narrowly tailored in accordance with applicable law. So not just everyone can get in. You can, your firm can be too big, and that's one of the things that we face. You can be too rich. If you have a personal net worth over 1.32 million, you wouldn't qualify. If you've had over $26.29 million of gross earnings over a 3-year period, you're too big. So they do have eligibility requirements that go along with the DB program. So again, some of the objectives, as you can see, remove barriers, assist the development of firms, and as I stated earlier, to ensure that the DB program is narrowly tailored for those firms that qualify. So overall, this program was created to make sure that there is a level playing field on which all DBs can compete for federally assisted contracts. Basically, so the little guys can compete with the big boys. Okay, so benefits of becoming DB certified. This certification is accepted by over 680 local agencies throughout the state of California. You're listed in the CUCP directory. Once you're certified in the state of California, if you want to reach out and do business with other states, which we call interstate certification, it makes that process a lot easier because you were found to be eligible to be certified in the state of California. And we do that because we also receive applications from DBE firms that were certified in other states and territories throughout the United States. So again, you're not just doing business in California. You have the ability to do business anywhere in the United States. So again, prime contractors, along with local agencies and any other agency that has a goal using federal funds, they have they are looking for small businesses to basically meet their goals. This is a requirement of the DBE program. So this is again a very important program to help these firms and help prime contractors meet their goals in order for them to get paid on the project. All right, California Unified Certification Program, CUCP. It consists of 10 members. Basically, as mandated by the United States Department of Transportation, California Unified Certification Program is an agreement between multiple certifying agencies. We basically have a memorandum of agreement. We all conduct business the same way. We all certify the same way. We meet once a month. We talk about best practices. We basically have an understanding that if you go to whether it's LA Metro, City of Fresno, or Caltrans, you're going to receive the same treatment. You're going to receive the same service. You're going to get the certification process is going to be the same. It's basically, as we call it, a one-stop shop. These are the 10 certifying agencies that are currently with the CUCP. We have had several drop off because, due to staffing, they can no longer be a certifying agency. So in this area, we have San Diego Regional Airport, we have Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transit Authority, and we have the city of LA. Also, LAWA, which we call the Los Angeles World Airport. They are all members of the CUCP family. Okay, the CUCP can consist of both certifying and non-certifying agencies. We don't really have too many non-certifying agencies that are members of the CUCP, only a couple. As I stated, we all operate under one agreement, and it is a one-stop shop for DBE certifications throughout the state of California. So depending on where you are, that is where you would want to, apply for DBE certification. Caltrans will certify throughout the state of California, but these individual certifying members only have a geographical area where they will certify. So if you did submit to, let's say, LA Metro and you were outside of their geographical area, they will let you know and tell you, oh, well, you need to apply to Caltrans or you need to apply to the city of Los Angeles. But that is very simple. It doesn't happen all the time. And sometimes we just transfer the file over, and then, the agency receiving your file will contact you and let you know, okay, well, we're actually going to be handling your certification. Okay, eligibility requirements. So these are not all of the requirements, but these are some of the critical ones. The firm must be owned by a social and economically disadvantaged individual, must have 51% ownership, control of the business, must have independence from any other business, must be under the personal net worth, which is 1.32 million, and must be fit the business size as outlined by the SBA. Okay, these are 6 social and economic disadvantaged groups. If you fall under one of these groups, you're automatically considered by USDOT as disadvantaged. We do have something that we call Appendix E. So sometimes we receive applications from individuals who are not in one of these groups. And basically you would have to write us a letter detailing why you feel like that you are socially or economically disadvantaged. We do take that in consideration, and we will make a determination whether you are or whether you're not. We have guidelines that are provided by USDOT along with our other governing agencies that assist us with those Appendix E requests. Anyone have any questions? Okay. So, as I stated earlier, to be a DBE firm, the firm must be owned by a socially and economically disadvantaged individual, and must be 51% owned. So it could be one, it could be 10 people. I've seen a case where we had 60 socially and economically disadvantaged individuals who own 1% of the company. So combined, they're over to 51%, so they qualify for the program. Control is a big thing. When we're looking at, making an eligibility determination, we're looking at who actually controls the company. So as long as that 51% owner has whatever they need as far as the education, the expertise, the licensing, the credentials, anything that's required by law, then generally it's not an issue. When we run into concerns, when we have a 51% owner who, let's say, for example, owns a construction company and they don't have a license, or they were a security guard before, or they were a custodian before, and now they're opening a construction company, and then the 49% owner has 20 years of construction experience and holds the contractor's license, the general A contractor's license. That's going to be a little bit harder to prove that you actually are controlling the company when you don't really have experience in the work that you're trying to perform under a DBE certification. Independence. Independence is also important. I've seen situations where we will receive a DBE application and we have to make a determination. And let's say the 100% owner owns let's just stick with construction. They have a construction business, but their husband or their grandfather or their brother are in the same line of business and they own a construction company, and they're sharing office space, and they're sharing equipment, and they're sharing everything. Again, that's something that we would look at when we're making a determination on whether this is a viable DBE firm. As mentioned earlier, the personal net worth cannot exceed $1.32 million. So depending on the number of owners there are, again, whether there's one or whether there's 100, each disadvantaged individual would have to submit this personal net worth statement showing that they do not exceed the P&W of 1.32 million. And when we do the P&W, there's a list of questions that are asked as far as retirement, the number of properties you own, insurance. It's a number of questions. But one thing that I did want to make clear is if you own 10 properties, your primary residence is not counted. So let's say you have a $5 million property that's your primary home. And then let's say you have 9 more properties that were worth $50,000 each. Then the only thing we would look at are the other 9. We wouldn't count your primary property because that is against the regulations. Okay, business size, you can't be over gross earnings of $26.29 million for 3 consecutive years. So that's part of the eligibility process or eligibility determination that's been outlined by USDOT. If you have gross receipts over 26.29 million for 3 consecutive years, then you're not eligible to become a DBE. Okay, application. Until March, everything was paper. You would have to tell us all this document, we would create a file. Now we moved everything online. So basically, you go to our website, you create your file online, and then we start the process there. Everything that you used to mail to us, you can now upload, and it just makes the process easier. And it keeps track of where you are as far as completing the file. We can't move forward with determining whether you're DBE eligible until we have a completed file to analyze. So basically, once you finish uploading all the documents, by law, we have 90 days to make a determination as to whether you're eligible or ineligible for the program. Usually this doesn't take 90 days. It's anywhere from a 50 to 60 day process that we can reach a determination. So again, we don't move forward until we know that the file and all the information that you submitted to us is exactly what we need. Sometimes we don't always get a completed file, and then we will reach out to you and let you know what documentation that we need. This is kind of small, but as you can see, this is our CUCP, our new website. And if you go on this website, and I will give you the address. It is California UCP .dbesystem system.com. And you can go on there and you can choose whichever certifying agency that you want to submit your application to. Click on it, and it'll take you directly to their portal to begin the process. Again, you will create your file, and then from there you can start downloading the required documents for to become a DBE certified. Yes, it is. Well, I'll say the whole thing. https://California UCP Uniform Charlie Papa .dbe Delta Bravo Echo System system.com. And yes, I was prior military. So. Okay, so if you, this is also part of that last website that I showed you. You can go and you can look up, you can find an agency. You can search for certified firms. So if you become DBE certified, that's where prime contractors will search for your firm. This system provides training as well. So if you have questions about our new database, if you have questions about creating your vendor file, there's training that this company, which we call B2G now, offers everyone. And then we have our work code category, a template that I will get into shortly. That's the same thing. That's just Caltrans. That's Caltrans' web portal. I'll give you that too. It's the same as what I told you. It's https:// but Caltrans CALTRANS .dbe system system.com. So if you want to just go directly to Caltrans, that would be the web address that you would use. Okay, so when you create your online account to complete your certification application, creating an account will allow you to review your profile after your certification, complete annual renewals. Overall, this account is a portal for everything related to your certifications moving forward. Now, in order to complete setting up your account, the following information is required. You're going to need your firm tax ID number, if you're using that, or your social security number, your business information, your contact information, and a contact person. Okay. So once we have a completed application, as I stated earlier, we have 90 days to reach a determination. And again, it usually doesn't take that long. Again, we need to ensure that your PNW is notarized along with your US DOT application. And that is whether it's a DBE application or ACDBE application, both of those documents need to be notarized. Once all the required documents are uploaded, everything links together and it is sent over to whichever certifying agency that you choose. Yeah.
So what's an example of the kind of documents that you
Good question. Taxes for the last 3 years. If you're a corporation, we need your corporate bylaws, your incorporation documents. We may need insurance paperwork or insurance documents. We may need your rental agreements as far as where you may be renting your space. If you have equipment, we will need a list of equipment. Actually, on this website, there's a checklist for you to complete, and it will list all the documentation that you need that's required. So that's a great question. And again, it allows you to upload the documents right there. No more you just, you can just click and, paste it in or just drag it over into the box, and the program does the rest. So, next codes. Generally, does everyone know what next codes are or where to find them? Yeah? Okay. So basically, these codes identify what type of business that you're in. You can usually find them on your tax paperwork. But when you're making a decision on becoming a DBE, you can go and choose what next codes that you would like us to assign you. And again, after our analysis is completed, if you qualify for all those next codes, then you would get them. If you don't, you're going to get some. But based off of the information that you provide us, your experience, your expertise, your licensing will dictate what next codes that you're assigned. California is one of the few states that actually use work codes as well, because next codes are so broad. If you're working on, off the top of my head, let's say highway, bridge, construction, that next code literally covers a lot of different ground. What these work codes do is they basically drill down on that type of work. With Caltrans, we basically, when our contracts go out for bid, we're looking at work that's being performed, specific work, because we want to give DBEs as much opportunity as we can to bid and work on Caltrans contracts. I actually was at a CUCP meeting today, and what we're going to start doing is all the certifying agencies are going to ensure that they start entering work codes in their portals, which will give everyone more opportunities to work on not only their local projects, but Caltrans projects as well. Because again, when our bids go out, our contracts are looking for work codes specifically because we want those small businesses that can do that type of work to get those opportunities. So you don't have to worry about picking work codes. You can look at them. Once we look at your next codes, then the analyst will go through and match those work codes up with the next codes that we're going to assign. All right, so again, the personal net worth statement, this information tells you what we're looking for. Again, I will highlight, if you have shared assets, when we calculate the personal net worth statement, we will basically divide that by 2 if you're married. So, because this is one of those states. So, you may have $2 million net worth together if you're married, but that will only end up being $1 million. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Okay, so these are some of the things that you will be listing on your personal net worth statement. Assets and liabilities. We will subtract your liabilities from your assets. Stocks, bonds, retirement accounts, real estate that you may own, life insurance policies, personal property and assets, additional businesses. We do look for any type of if you own 4 businesses, then we will request taxes on those other 4 businesses because we want to ensure that you're not over the P&W. List all your liabilities along with any transfer of assets. All right. So again, as I stated earlier, there's a supporting document checklist that will tell you everything that you need to submit. If you're a sole proprietor, you're not going to submit as much documentation as if you were a corporation. So just go down the checklist, submit everything that's required. And once we receive the file, then we start the determination process. Again, I can't stress, make sure anything that needs to be notarized make sure that it's signed, dated, which is the P&W and the application.
There's a hand back there.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just a quick one. Can nonprofits apply for this as well as for-profits, and if so, is the application process any different?
Great question. This program is only for for-profit businesses. Yeah. Okay, so if unfortunately you are found to be ineligible, then you do have appeal rights. Once you receive a letter stating that you were found not to be eligible for the program, you have 90 days to submit a letter to USDOT. And what USDOT will do is they will contact the certifying agency, ask us to send them all the documentation from your file, and then they will review it and make a final determination. And that determination will be one of 2 things. They will remand it back to us to either overturn our decision or they're going to uphold it. So just so you just don't think we have the final word, you do have that opportunity to again take it above the certifying agencies up to USDOT, and they really do a good job of reviewing our work to make sure that we're making the right determinations. Go ahead.
There's an RFP out now for Caltrans infrastructure grants for different cities, and I wondered if you're familiar with those, if there's conflict with these, but it's for Indian reservations or cities. As a nonprofit or for-profit, you could do the work and the city would handle the money directly. Are you familiar with that RFP? It's just something just off to the side.
No, that's another good question. So, am I familiar with that? No. But what I can tell you is this. If there's 1 penny of federal money, then there's a goal attached, and then it becomes a federal project. And then all of these rules apply. If it's state, then they have totally different, rules and regulations.
These are state. This is a state RFP from Sacramento, so it'd be different.
It would be different, yes. Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Is this can you apply for these on an ongoing basis, like a white paper, a government white paper, or do you have to wait till RFPs are issued for this program?
Good question. So for DBE, you apply once. So once you apply, you're either going to be found eligible or ineligible. If you are found ineligible, then you have to wait 12 months from the date of the letter to reapply again. Once you're certified DBE, you don't lose your certification unless you stop cooperating. We have annual AUAs that individuals have to fill out stating that there hasn't been any material change to their business, that they still own it, that they're not dead or incarcerated, and you just send that back and your certification keeps going. Every 5 years there is a more in-depth review where we're asking for taxes, we're asking you to, again, complete the P&W, make sure it's notarized, and a couple of other documents we need to ensure that you're still eligible for the program.
Do you want audited financial statements at regular intervals, like every 2 years, or is there any look at that on audited financials, which are kind of expensive? So.
No, we don't do audited financials. Basically, we just ask for your tax returns,
right.
and that generally works for us. If we need something, more, or we need to, do a deeper analysis, then, we'll contact you on a case-by-case basis, but usually the tax returns suffice.
Thank you.
Okay, so we talked a little about interstate certifications. I don't know if that was the small crew or if I talked to everyone that was in here, but becoming DB certified in California or any state allows you to request certification in other states. You don't have to do another DB application because you're already DB certified. The only thing that I would suggest, if this is something that you think about doing in the future, keep a record of everything that you submitted the first time, because they're going to request that whatever you submitted during your first DBE certification in your home state, you submit all those exact same documents to them. And then the only thing they will request from us is what we call an on-site review. And they have 60 days to make a determination. It usually doesn't take 60 days. Usually we turn these around in OCR in a matter of weeks, because once we receive the on-site from the home state, it's really easy to make a determination on whether they're going to be certified in California. One other thing to keep in mind is if you have a license, like a General A, General B, any type of construction license, or whether you're an engineer or architect, you may be certified, you'll be certified in another state, but you may not be able to do business in that state depending on what their laws are concerning what license you may need to perform the business or the work associated with the codes that they give you. Because whatever NAICS codes that you have in California, they have to give you the same codes when you apply for certification out of state. Yep?
If you're in multiple states and countries and you have a contractor from California, does he then need to get a contractor's license from Illinois or Nevada or Germany, or can one do it?
No, a good question. So to answer that, this certification is only good for the United States and its territories. If you're certified in, let's say, Pennsylvania, and you're contacting California for interstate certification, and you have a contractor's license, we will certify you, but you're not going to, unless you have a license in California as a contractor, you're not going to get the work codes associated with the work to do business here. So Philadelphia may be different coming, if you're certified in California and you're going to, get a certification in another state. Other states have different guidelines that they go by. No problem. No problem at all. Good questions. All right. So again, to remain in good standing, a DB certification never expires as long as you're eligible and you stay eligible for the guidelines. You can be eligible for your life, the rest of your life. I've seen files that people are still certified who file numbers are, let's say, 200, and we're now on file number 57,000. So they've stayed eligible for the program, so they've been eligible since this program began years ago. Again, as long as you turn in your AUA, you complete all the documents, and you submit all the documents we require, especially your tax returns, then yeah, you can stay eligible forever, basically. Okay, when you're certified, the best thing to do is be proactive, actively look for opportunities to do business with Caltrans or any of the other certifying partners. Get acquainted with Caltrans contracts, look ahead reports. All of this information is online, which I'll show you a slide later that you can write down some of the websites. Provide information about this Caltrans contract look ahead report provides information about upcoming construction and architectural and engineering contracts. You can create a Caltrans Bidding Connect account on the Contractors Corner's website to market your services using the opt-in feature. So basically, if you once you make that account, you choose opt-in, and prime contractors will specifically be looking for the type of work you perform in your firm. You can attend pre-bid meetings and contract outreach events. And you can introduce yourself to your district, local district small business liaison, which we have those in every single district in California, and we have California broken up into 12 districts. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
There's actually a question from the live chat.
Okay.
Regarding the personal net worth.
Yes.
I want to know how a trust under the owner's name is factored in.
Who could, well, then my question would be, who controls the trust? If the owner controls the trust, then that's going to be factored in. If the owner doesn't control the trust, that's going to be factored in as well. But the owner controlling the trust means that they have control of that trust and that money. So that would actually be added into. Yeah.
Good question. The 8A program, is that federal, and then this one's state, is DDD state, and then 8A is federal, is that how that works?
The reverse. 8A is state, this is federal.
Oh, okay. And they're two separate applications?
Yes. The state certification, as was being presented today, their certification is a lot easier than the DDE certification. I think they could do it within days or the same day. I'm not quite sure. Okay, so some of the resources that we have at Caltrans, we have someone called the Analyst of the Day who works from 8 to 5. So if you have any questions, concerns, you can always contact that individual. And they man the phones and emails every day. And they either they answer the phone and they get right back to you as soon as they can. But all calls are returned within 24 hours. So here are some of the websites that I was telling you about that you can, again, always look up for information concerning the federal program from FHWA, the CUCP email address that I gave you earlier. That Analyst of the Day email address goes directly to Caltrans, and then more information from USDOT about their DBE program. There's a lot of good information and training on all three of those websites. I'll leave that up for a minute. Does anyone else have any questions? So, again, I will take a picture of this. Here's some additional resources from Caltrans website, the Office of Civil Rights, our outreach calendar, which basically informs you of outreach events that are going on in your local area, the contract corner that you can, again, go online and create a profile and opt in, and Cal eProcure, which the keynote speaker was speaking about earlier, that offers opportunities for bidding on other Caltrans projects.
Question in the back.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
In regards to the disadvantage, does that mean physically, economically, both?
For this program?
Yeah.
Socially and economically.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then since we're talking about vets as well, I'm sure everyone knows about the DVBE program. So if you're a vet, I would definitely make sure that I apply for that certification as well. Alrighty. So that is actually the end of the presentation. As I was introduced, my name is Curtis Williams. I will give you my direct contact information. It is Curtis, C-U-R-T-I-S, .Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S, @ DOT.ca.gov. If you have any questions, concerns, issues, you can always email me directly. I'm not going to respond in 24 hours, but I will within 48. So I'm open to, any way that I can help or assist, please reach out to me, and I will definitely get back with you.
Did you repeat your email?
Yes, Curtis, CURTIS .Williams, you got it, okay, at DOT, Delta Oscar Tango .ca.gov. Okay, you guys don't have any other questions, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis.
Thank you, guys, appreciate you.
Just so you understand how valuable this man's brain is, he is the one who researched and decided how to convert the DBA certification and file management process from an all-paper process. So he's the brains behind trying to bring up this process, speed it up, smooth it out, so when he speaks, he knows the inside out of how things work. So thank you, Curtis.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate being here.
And then our next presenter, we are running behind. We are absolutely running behind. So our next presenter, even though it shows that it would be someone else, our next presenter right now is Christopher Denham Martinez. If Christopher's not here, oh, there he goes. Just to give you an idea, Christopher's what? Now, I spoke to Christopher on the phone, and he's a very well-connected person in the Pepperdine University system. He actually serves on the Alumni Leadership Council for Pepperdine, and he advises the Pepperdine executive leadership. So, if you have any family member that's been thinking about how to get into Pepperdine University system, make sure you hook him up. Right now, though, Christopher Denham Martinez serves as the Strategic Programs Manager for the County of Orange Procurement Office. He's responsible for supporting the office's various strategic programs, including the county-wide procurement system and the county's vendor outreach efforts.
Do you want to read that?
So if you're interested in doing business with Orange County, this presentation
like
is so valuable. You're going to learn a lot. And remember, you can also hook you up with Pepperdine.
No, that's fine.
So Christopher, it's all yours.
Thank you, Les. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, and I hope that this session is jam-packed with valuable information on how you could help partner with us to serve our Orange County residents. So, as Les introduced me, I'm Christopher Denham Martinez. I prefer to go by Chris Martinez. It's a long story. But I'm one of the strategic program managers with the County of Orange, and actually host our bi-monthly vendor information sessions, actually on a virtual platform, on Teams, as well as in person this coming year. So, if you're interested to come back and listen to more of me, I definitely welcome you to come join us in person. So, but we'll be having that every even-numbered month on the first Thursday of every even-numbered month. So, but before I continue, I really like to point out, or I guess acknowledge, you all, because for us, of course, we need to get services done and we need to serve our residents, but we can't do it all, and that's where you all come in. You provide the products, the goods, the services, the equipment that we need to effectively and timely serve our residents. So I like to, take a step back and realize, this is a serving opportunity. And although we all need to provide for our families and ourselves, it's important to realize, this is really a service component. It's an opportunity to partner with public agencies to either help children in our foster, system, or individuals that are dealing with mental health issues. This is more than just a contract. This is more than just some money, right? So I really like to drive that and emphasize the importance of that, because I think sometimes we kind of lose sight of that. All right, so resume slideshow. Okay, so in this presentation, I'll begin by pointing out some valuable vendor information resources available on our website. I'll also briefly discuss the county's program areas and the various departments that engage in these programs. I'll also explain the county procurement structure, beginning with our county procurement officer, Maria Perona, who was here earlier today, and the office's relation to the various county departments. I'll highlight the two counties' preferential policies, beginning with the Orange County, local small business policy, as well as the disabled veteran business enterprise policy. And I do apologize, it's kind of acting up here. Why is it? It's not moving. Okay, well, I'll talk about our preference policies. I'll also give you a snapshot of last fiscal year's overall county spend, just so you have a glimpse of where the needs are. And then I'll transition to a more detailed presentation on how to register with the county, what to look for, and little tips and insights on doing so. All right, so now, beginning with our valuable resources on our website, I encourage you to check them out. It's and if you want, at the end, I'll provide my email address. I can provide you the slides so you can have that information available. So, beginning with the Doing Business with the County of Orange brochure, this is a helpful condensed version of this presentation. And I do apologize, but there's, I don't know if it's a glitch, but it's not moving. So on our website, we have a list of resources where you'll have access to a brochure that gives you kind of a brief overview of this presentation. It's easy to forward the link to a friend or a colleague that wants to learn more about the County of Orange. We also provide a lot of we want to make sure that our vendors are well informed before contracting with the county. So we provide all our general terms and conditions.
Just left and right.
Oh, okay, left and right. Yeah, so beginning with the brochure, it's right there. Okay, I'm going to try something different here. I do apologize. It's kind of sticking on me. Okay, so our open bids. So this is where our you can see our solicitations and where they're what are actively open. I'm hitting left and right.
Yeah, so when that pops up, I don't know why it pops up, but just close that out and then left right should work. So click here.
Maybe you can help me out while I.
Yeah.
So we're. slide way on? Yeah, right there. That's good.
Yeah, I'll stay nearby.
Okay, thanks. So we manage our online bidding system where all our county solicitations are posted. And if you want to see what goods and services we offer, you definitely want to check that out, as well as register so that you can, apply to the solicitation. Okay, so registration is free to view and bid on any Orange County solicitation. We want to stress how important that is because I think there's a little bit of a hiccup when you go onto the site. Sometimes it asks you that there's a charge involved. All County of Orange solicitations are free to view. Registration is free, and we have online instructions that help you walk you through the process, as shown right here. We also want to make sure public trust is incredibly important to the County of Orange. And so we want to make sure that all our individuals involved, all the parties from our department contacts to our buyers to our vendors, that we understand the ethics involved in public contracting. And so for that reason, we do stress the importance to review these documents before applying so we can ensure that public funds are being spent in a rightful manner. We also, like I mentioned, we don't want vendors to be caught by surprise in any way, so we provide the general terms and conditions as well as insurance requirements so you're fully aware of what the expectations look like from the county. And the electronic fund transfer authorization form. So one of the things that we value also is timely and secure payment to our vendors. And so we do that with the assistance of our Orange County Auditor Controller, that once a vendor completes this form and submits it to our Orange County Auditor Controller, they set up an account, and that way payments can be dispersed in a timely and secure fashion. All right, and our department procurement contacts, and I just realized that, it's not, there's little clips here that should be popping up. They're not working that way. But our department contacts list is on our website, and you'll be able to see all the contacts by department, and we encourage that you reach out to those department contacts, introduce yourselves, introduce your goods, your services, etc., just so that they become aware of who you are and they potentially may reach out to you in the future. And I'll go into a little more detail shortly. All right, so here's our the County of Orange Board of Supervisors. And in the county, the County of Orange is the third most populous county in California. It spans from La Habra to San Clemente, from Seal Beach to Yorba Linda. And the County of Orange is governed by these 5 members right here, which oversee the management of county government within these 5 districts, which they're about the same in their populations. Each district elects a supervisor to a 4-year term, and they oversee the county's main program areas, which are public protection, community services, infrastructure and environmental services, and our largest general government services. It's important to point out that the red highlighted departments are led by elected officials, whereas the black are appointed by our county executive officer. And it's also important to note that although we're the county, every department has its own needs. And so they'll do their own solicitation. So for example, our John Wayne Airport may need concession services, whereas our healthcare agency may need PPE or human services for mental health, whereas our social services agency may need clothing, bedding, children's toys for our Orangewood Children's Home. The Board of Supervisors is authorized to employ a county procurement officer, who is Maria Perona, and she has the duties of making sure that all our procurement are fair, transparent, ethical, cost-effective, and that she needs to make sure that whatever the county needs, we're able to provide it at a very fair, cost-effective, and timely manner. And the county procurement officer also delegates that authority to over 250 DPAs, or deputy purchasing agents. And the reason I highlight that is because, again, all these departments, we function under a decentralized structure. So all these departments, those buyers play that pivotal role, or that crucial role for those departments to procure whatever is needed for that department. And so just to give you an idea of what are the responsibilities that we have in our office, our office implements and enforces the policies set by the board. We ensure solicitations are done in a fair, effective, and cost-effective process. We provide training and make sure that all DPAs are aware of the responsibilities and their duties, and we set the standard in that regard. We also conduct annual compliance reviews to, again, ensure that the process is done correctly. We also administer, the same way we administer the acquisition of things, we administer the disposition of things through our surplus program, making sure that we're using, county equipment, whether it's to nonprofits, small businesses, and so on and so forth. And we also administer our online bidding system. We assist various departments on how to, efficiently and effectively procure goods, services, and equipment. We also administer the environmentally preferable purchasing policy and implement guidelines for green alternative procurement where practical. And as I mentioned, we also administer our preference policies, which I'll go into detail right now. Beginning with our local small business policy, there's just two conditions that need to be met. You need to be local and you need to be small. And so what that means is being local means that you have a principal center of operation, in other words, a headquarters based in Orange County. And also the business has to have a business address located in Orange County. It can't be a P.O. box. Or it has to have a valid business license or certificate of occupancy issued by the county, by an Orange County city, or will receive any other acceptable document. The other side of that coin, being small, the business must be certified as a small business through the state. And those requirements must be valid at the time of that bid submittal. And just to give you a snapshot of what those requirements are through the state, again, the business has to be principally located in California, has to have employees of 100 or fewer, and an average annual gross receipt of $15 million or less over the last 3 tax years. And to participate as an OCLSB, you can obtain any information by going to that address, cpo.ocgov.com/doing-business-OC/preference policies. And again, I can provide these slides with all the details. Should you need them, you can reach out to me. Now, on the other preference policy, to participate as a disabled veteran business enterprise, 2 requirements need to be met. You need to be certified as a DVBE with the state, again, the DGS. Complete and sign a affirmation form. And just a little note that the signed affirmation form, as well as the DVBE certification, they're required upon submitting the response. Yeah.
Does the DVBE have to be located in Orange County?
No. Not for DVBE, but for OCLSB, yes. Also on that note, it's important to be aware that you can compete with both preference policies. You can be, so I believe, and Neil, you can correct me if I'm wrong, my colleague here, you can get 5% for DVBE, 5% for OCLSB, and a combined 8% for both. All right, so here's a snapshot of our spend for last fiscal year, $2.3 billion. And just want to highlight, so you have an idea, just shy of $286 million was spent on commodities. Human services, another great need there, $686.5 million. And we have just shy of $828 million in professional services. That include, consulting, financial services, auditing, IT. That tends to be the bucket for professional services. All right, and countywide contracts. So these are what we refer to as RCAs, Regional Cooperative Agreements, which our office handles. And as I previously mentioned, with 22 departments, there's an opportunity for a lot of, use of the same items. And so our office will then look at that data, we'll see the opportunities to go out to bid for a regional cooperative agreement to really kind of eliminate any duplicative efforts, as well as leverage, the county's economies of scale, basically getting that greater quantity of goods for that lower cost, per unit cost. And so I just want to highlight here, as you can see, the start and end date. These contracts can span over several years, and so it be worthwhile to make a note of these end dates, and maybe perhaps place a reminder on your calendar in your category, so that you could be aware that something's going to be coming out soon, and you can bid on it and get placed on that list for RCA. All right, so now informal bidding. So there are two types of solicitations. There's the informal and formal. On this slide, of course, I'll be covering informal. Those are really just, they involve a lower dollar threshold. So for example, commodities valued at $10,000 or less, or services valued at $50,000 or less, or even capital assets valued between $5,000 and $25,000. They all require, 1 to 2 quotes. Now, here are 2 tips. Because departments may maintain a vendor interest list of their own, again, vendors should reach out to these departments and introduce yourselves, introduce what your product or your service is, so that they can add you to that list. Some departments do that, some don't, which takes me to my second tip. Make sure to register with our online bidding system. The reason for that is for those departments who don't maintain a vendor interest list, they'll quickly go into the system, the online bidding system, and look up, for example, plumbing services. They may have a low dollar need, and they'll look up there to see who's registered with BidSync or online bidding system. And so that will be one way, or 2 ways, I should say, of how to engage in these informal bidding opportunities. Now, on the flip side, formal bidding. So these are commodities valued at $25,001 and up, services at $50,001 and up, and capital assets at $25,000 and up. They all require a formal solicitation being posted on our online bidding system. And so what does that look like? Well, there's 3 really methods in doing so. One is the invitation for bid. This is the most simple method. It's really, a department needs 1,000 units of a particular good. It's pretty straightforward, and therefore the award is based on the lowest responsible bidder. Now we move up to the next category, request for proposal. Now in this method, it's really used when a department knows what they want as the end goal, but they don't necessarily know how to get there. An example I always provide is maybe a department wants a information system. You know, they want some kind of collection of data in their operations they want to be able to report on. They know what they want, but they don't necessarily know how to get there. And so that's where you all come in. Please propose how you would achieve that end goal. And that's what the RFP attempts to achieve. Then lastly, the two-step sealed bidding process. It's where the first preliminary review is going to be based on the proposer's technical background, their expertise, their education, their qualifications. Whereas the second half is going to be more based on the price. So in this example I like to give is maybe perhaps the county's looking at doing an economic forecast for, you know, a given time frame. They may first the preliminary review may look at the proposer's technical background, their expertise, the years they've been doing this, similar projects. Whereas the second half might look at the overall cost of the engagement or the price for the report, would be example for the last one. So now here's some hints, some tips on solicitation, successful, you know, solicitations. Can't stress enough to read the solicitation package carefully. And in doing so, make any notes, highlights, you know, questions on the you know, as you're reviewing the solicitation, because you want to make sure you post all those questions during the Q&A period. You know, there's a lot of opportunity to miss the mark. And so we want to make sure that you're all well aware of how to, you know, submit a successful bid. And so you want to clarify any issues, any questions that you might have during that period. And then lastly, all plays into making sure that submittal is done timely, because no late bids are accepted. Again, we're trying to keep it fair and equitable. All right, so now more on the details on how to register. Again, you can go to our website, and again, this is supposed to show a little clip, you know, the steps, but somehow it's not working. But you go to our website, we have an open bids link right here, which you select, and it'll take you to our, and this is supposed to type out the address. And as you can see, the open bids, you can see a preview of open solicitations. It doesn't give you the whole, this is just like a preview on this page. By clicking on the register link, you can go in, register for free. Again, want to stress, Orange County, register for free. So you can view all county solicitations for free. We also stress that as you're registering, to make sure to include County of Orange as one of your keywords, because we want to make sure that you get notification of county solicitations in a timely manner. So make sure you enter Orange County, or I believe it's County of Orange, right, Neil? Into the keywords, one of your first 3 required keywords. As then also include, you know, the goods or services that you provide in those keywords, so that you get notified on relevant solicitations. If you need any technical support, you can reach out to our vendor. They're available to assist with any technical questions. If you have any questions regarding the solicitation, you're more than welcome to reach out to our office directly. And you can email us at cpo@ocgov.com. And then I also have business cards. If you want, you can reach out to me directly, and be happy to point you in the right direction and connect you with the right individuals. Want to make sure to highlight this. We're having a vendor outreach, and you all are invited, and we hope that you come out. It's on March 10th. It's at our Freedom Hall in Miles Square Park. And it'll be a great time to meet all of our departments, all of their buyers, our chief procurement officer, as well as all the gang in our office will be there. And with that, again, I just want to thank you. Thank you for your interest and your time, and we hope to have you partner with us to help serve our residents. Thank you.
There is a weird thing, it's not letting me move. So how do I actually?
Okay, so hit
All right, well, hi everyone. I'm Judy Ying. I am the program manager over outreach and education from the County of San Diego. And I'm here today to talk to you about doing business with the county. And I know we're quite a bit behind on schedule, so I will keep it brief and just make sure that you have the most important things that you need to know about doing business with the County of San Diego and how we're maybe a little bit different from other government agencies. And then I'll provide you with my contact information at the end. So if you have any questions as you're going throughout the process or after you've had a chance to digest all the wonderful information that was shared today, you can reach out to me directly so I can follow up with any other questions or any other things that you might want to address. So we're the County of San Diego. We're neighbors. We're really close. So while we like supporting our local businesses within the county, in order to ensure a robust supplier base, we need to look for suppliers everywhere. So we're obviously looking here in other regions of California and throughout the U.S. Now, the County of San Diego, we are organized into 4 major groups. We have about 40 departments. It changes periodically with new offices coming in and out, depending on what things are happening. But generally, we have about 40 departments separated into roughly 4 groups that you see here. This is kind of important to know because it gives you an idea of the kind of services and the kind of things that we might be contracting out and an idea of what kinds of goods that we might be looking for. So the first one on the top left is FG3. That stands for Finance and General Government Group. That's all things internal, auditor and controller, the purchasing department, general services, those kind of internal type functions. That's going to be in FG3. We also have the Health and Human Services Agency, which by far has the largest service contract portfolio out of the 4 groups, because they have things like mental health, which is a heavily contracted area. They have child welfare services, all kinds of social services, public health, that has obviously been a big part of our activities as of late. We also have the Public Safety Group, or PSG. That's going to the sheriff, the DA, child support services is part of there. Probation is another one that does a lot of social services. So a lot of goods and services also being purchased by PSG. I think they're second only to HHSA, and they're not very far behind just in terms of the number of contracts and size. And then finally, we have LUGE, which stands for the Land Use and Environment Group. So exactly like the name suggests, and very fittingly, their icon or their logo is in green. They have all the land use groups. So Parks and Recreation, Department of Public Works, who am I forgetting? Planning, Development Services, everything. And then also, oddly, I believe library is in there because they kind of are, libraries like not exactly land use, but they needed a home, so they're there as well. and hopefully no one from library's watching and you heard me call them out like that, but hi library, I'm gonna wave to the camera. But anyway, it's good to have a general knowledge of how the county is structured, because again, every county or every local agency is gonna be structured a little differently. So, and one of the big differences also for San Diego County is that our procurement's centralized. So you just heard Orange County speak, their procurement's decentralized, meaning different departments or segments do their own procurements. For County of San Diego, we're a little bit different. All of it centralized, meaning anytime one of these departments or groups wants to purchase something, it comes through the department, our Department of Purchasing and Contracting, which I think it's useful for small businesses, because that means you really only need to have our contact information, because we're going to know about all the procurements going out. You don't have to spend that time to try to track down, okay, which department does the thing that my business is most related to. How do I get those contact information? Do I need to know 10 different departments because different departments use it? No. For County of San Diego, you just need to know purchasing and contracting for that, because all of that is centralized, and I'll show you exactly where to find that information. So this slide gives you an idea of procurement spend. So we talked about the different departments and the functions, but I want to give you an idea of where our actual procurement spend is. So this little pie chart, which is a little bit small to read, it's for last fiscal year for 2021. Our total procurement spend for the year was just over $2 billion, which is quite a lot for us. It's a big jump. We went from $1.5 billion the year before to just over $2 billion. And you'll see that big blue arc right at the top, just over half of our procurement spend is health and social services. So a lot of our services are contracted out, and that needs to be done in the Southern California region, because services are, you're helping clients or you're providing service directly to us. It needs to be local. You need to be able to be in San Diego, because we can't import a service from the East Coast. So a lot of health and social services, and that needs to be done within the region. Now, another big area of spend is our IT and training. Training is actually a very small slice of that, which is probably why I got spliced in with IT, because it also needed at home. Most of that is our IT contracts. So County of San Diego also unique in this way. We contracted out our entire IT function, essentially. So where we would normally have an IT department that maybe that does those needs, that has been contracted out to Peraton. And if you are in the IT business, I do have a contact there for subcontracting opportunities with them if you're interested. You can find me after or at our booth. Nicole, my colleague, is still there or still out there, and we can provide you with that information if you're interested in IT subcontracting. But that's why the IT spend is so big, because that's all effectively contracted out. The other area where we have a lot of spend is construction and facilities. So for the county, we have hundreds of facilities located throughout the region. All those, lots of remodels, new builds, et cetera. And once they're built, we need landscaping, maintenance, everything. So those are going to be our next two big areas of spend. And you'll see we also purchase a lot of consumables, goods, quite a bit of professional services, vehicles, et cetera, so the works. So for an organization like county, where we have such a wide variety of services and departments and things and people that we serve, almost everything that you can think of somewhere in the county, we've purchased it. Now, the main one that's come up that someone mentioned to me, and I was like, yeah, that we definitely don't buy, missiles. So someone came up and said, yeah. So it was, to be fair, it was at a Navy procurement event, so that fit. It wasn't totally random. But that was the one I was like, oh, you are correct, sir. We do not purchase missiles, thankfully, so you can rest assured. But pretty much everything else, somewhere in the county, there's going to be a department or program that uses it, because we just have such a wide variety of programs and departments. Now, the last thing I want to point out on the slide is just to give you an idea of our budget and our spend. So our $2 billion annual procurement spend, that was for last fiscal year. Our total operating budget for that year was $6.5 billion. Now, right now, at least for the County of San Diego, and I do believe it's true for many government agencies, our budgets are expanding. So there's a lot of money coming in from a lot of different places. A lot of it's coming from federal sources that then go to state, then come to us. For whatever the reason, from whatever the source, our operating budget for this year has increased quite a bit to just over $7 billion, and our procurement spend is also projected to increase. So all that said is, there is a lot of opportunity in government contracting. If you are on the fence and you're not sure, this is a good time to get in, because government tends to ebb and flow. This happens to be a season of flow. So if you have been on the fence and you're wondering about timing, this is a good time, because I believe we are not the only government entity that's in the situation where we're kind of in this period of expansion. Procurement methods. So this is another area where a lot of public agencies look similar, and yet they are not the same. And It's the devil's in the details. So for us, for County of San Diego, these are our main purchasing methods and the cutoffs. So on the right-hand side, actually that's your left, but under the simplified processes, those are for smaller dollar value procurements. When it's under 2,500, generally each department does have basically credit cards. We call them purchase cards or P cards. So for smaller purchases under 2,500, the departments can make those purchases themselves. Now I said everything comes through DPC or my purchasing department. So technically the P cards are done at the department level because they get the cards, although the cards are issued and managed by the purchasing department, so we're kind of in that little loophole. But that said, main point is if it's under 2,500, the department can go out, they have a credit card, and they can generally make that purchase on their own except for some restricted kind of areas. Now, up to $250,000, we can do what's called a request for quote. That's generally a simpler process, less paperwork involved, so it's going to be also generally quicker, and those are for smaller dollar value contracts. So that's really great for small businesses because you don't have to read through 100 pages of specifications and legalese and all of our paperwork. They're meant to be simplified and quicker because it's a smaller contract and generally reserved for those that are less risky. So that's a great place to be. Now, if it's over $250,000 or it's a particularly complex or risky contract, so there are exceptions, but generally when it's a larger contract, it's going to fall under one of these formal processes. Question? No. Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. I know I talk fast, and I tend to just talk over everyone, so I want to make sure just in case. So under the formal processes, the two most common are going to be the request for bid and the request for proposal, and those are really the ones you're going to be looking out for most of the time. The main difference being the request for bid, it's awarded solely on price. So we tell you exactly what we want. Our specifications, we want this, we want this, we want this, we want this, and as long as you can check all those boxes and you meet all the requirements, whoever comes in at the lowest price is going to win the request for bid. So it's based on price. Request for proposal is the other way around. It's value. So price is often one factor, and often not the most important factor even. There's going to be lots of other factors in there. So generally, if it's a service, the service or program design, maybe your experience, maybe your network or your relationships with other organizations in the community, if it's like maybe a program for a specific community, those kind of things. So in a request for a proposal, that's called a best value award, meaning it's not necessarily going to go to the lowest bidding or lowest price. We're going to evaluate a range of factors or a variety of factors that are going to be scored by a source selection committee. Now, we try to make this process as transparent as possible because obviously when it's best value, there's some subjectivity to that. So on a request for proposal, when you go through the documentation, it's generally a longer solicitation, but the reason is because we're trying to give you as much information about how we're going to score or evaluate those proposals. So it's very important that you go through the entire package. But we will tell you exactly which factors that we're scoring and what the weight of each factor is. So for example, if we have an RFP where the service design is just overwhelmingly more important than the price for us, and maybe the price will be weighted only 10%, we will tell you that in the solicitation package so you know how that's being scored. So that way, you're not going into blind thinking price might be 50% or higher, because it's generally a very important factor. We will tell you exactly how those factors are being scored, and we'll tell you exactly what questions or what information we want you to submit that we are going to score for those particular sections. So especially for RFPs, it is so important that you go through all that documentation because it's why it's so long, because we're trying to provide you with all that information. So you're going in with as much information, you're as well prepared as we can help you before you get to that award process. Now, the other two, RFSQ and reverse auctions, aren't used quite as frequently. RFSQs generally are used if for a two-step process that eventually goes back to an RFP and RFP. And then reverse auctions, in my time at purchasing, I still have not seen one. I would really like to. So I've been encouraging our departments and our buyers to try to do one, but it's exactly what it sounds like. So reverse auction is we tell you the specifications, and then interested bidders in a live auction style setting, they bid on the lowest price until we get to the lowest price and no one else is making us an offer for a lower price. I think that would be exciting to watch, but it's not very popular, probably because of the stress level. I don't know. Would we have to get an auctioneer? I'm not sure. So we have not done one. if we ever do one, I will let everyone know because I'm very interested in seeing one actually happen. But those are our procurement methods. It's good to keep in mind where our breakdowns are because a lot of government agencies use similar methods, but where the cutoffs are for the different amounts or different things are going to be a little bit different. Now, out of all the slides in this deck, this is probably the most important slide, so I would take a photo. We put a QR code so you can pull your phone up and then pull up the website. Since we are centralized procurement, I said all of the procurements, except for those P-card purchases, those very small ones, all of them go through Department of Purchasing and Contracting. All of our contracting opportunities, all of our purchasing opportunities, they are posted to our vendor portal, which is called BuyNet, which is what this code will take you to if you snap a photo of it. And I've also put the link into the text just in case the QR code doesn't work for you. Now, on BuyNet, you can register for free and set up a commodity profile. And I can't emphasize enough how important that is because when you set up that commodity profile, BuyNet will let you know or send you an email anytime something is posted that matches your profile. So on any given day, county probably has somewhere between 30 and 40 solicitations posted. No one has time to check every day to see what's being posted. I mean, that is just not a good use of your time when you can just set up a profile, check the boxes that you're interested in, and then BuyNet will just ping you or send you a notification when it's posted, the second that it's posted. So you know as soon as it's up. So that's the absolute best way to find out about those opportunities. And the good thing for San Diego, because we are centralized, they're all posted to BuyNet. So you just register once and then you're done. So I'm going to take a moment of pause to give everyone a chance to register or start that process. All right. Now, there was actually one more thing. I paused because I knew I forgot something, and I just remembered. On BuyNet, there are a couple helpful tools as well. And you're welcome to browse as a guest, but I can't emphasize enough, make sure you get registered. But on BuyNet, you can actually search and view all of our past solicitations going back to, I believe, 2004. So there's a lot. So if you're curious, hey, has County of San Diego ever gone out for leadership management training, for example? Have we gone out for landscaping services, which you asked? Or maybe something more specific, maybe you have a new technology, you're just curious, have we ever purchased something similar to that before, and you want to see what the solicitation looked like, who it came from, et cetera. You can search all of our past solicitations going back to 2004. There's a keyword search that you can use. And then when you go into it, it pulls up the old file, and it'll give you all the documents that we use for that past solicitation. And at the very bottom of the page, it also tells you who won that award. So you know who our current contractor or past contractor was for that particular area. So that's a very nice research tool if you're trying to see, has the county ever done this before? Well, you can take a look and see exactly if we did or not and how we did it. Speaking of other resources, our contracts are a public domain to make it easy for you guys to research, so you don't have to make specific requests to us every single time you want to see a contract, which the public is more than entitled to view. All of our contracts going back to 2014, I think that's because that's when we implemented our current system that we're using, are posted to our public website. So this QR code is very nice because you will get the final contract document. And what's very nice about that search tool is that when you pull up the contract, every contract names a point of contact for both the contractor and for the county. So if there's something specific that you want to ask about that contract for some reason, you do have those points of contact, and that's a very nice resource as well. And then while you're on our public website, we also have a lot of other nice things there. On the front page, we have our outreach events or upcoming events and ways to register and workshops that we're hosting. So there's a lot of nice resources and tools available there also. But I wanted to point out the search tool because a lot of times folks overlook it or don't realize that it's there. And it's nice because I use it all the time because it's much easier search than Oracle, which isn't really a search tool. So I personally use it when I'm looking for something myself. Now, I will say this, it is slow. So especially if you do a keyword search that pulls up a lot of things, you may need to pop in the search, go walk around, grab some coffee, and then come back, but it will pull it up because it's searching like all the documents going back to quite a ways ago. So those were the main points that I had. Just some closing thoughts. Again, since I haven't said this enough times already, make sure you register on BuyNet. That is the #1 best way to keep in touch. The other benefit to registering on BuyNet is we use that list to let you know about subcontracting opportunities. So they're not contracting opportunities directly with us, but if one of our primes is subcontracting out and they want us to help find subcontractors, we use the BuyNet register list to let you guys know about those opportunities also. So it's not just if you want to register or if you want to contract directly with the county. If you're looking for those subcontracting opportunities, we try to send those out via that email list also. So can't emphasize enough how important of a tool that is to get registered. Again, especially for small businesses that are just starting out government contracting, make sure please read the full solicitation and respond to all the parts. I believe this, I heard this on before, and you'll keep hearing it because I myself have participated on source selection committees where there's a smaller new business, and you can tell they had a really nice application package, and they were definitely a competitive proposal, but they got disqualified because somewhere on page 27 of the solicitation package, there's a mandatory form that they had to fill out because our funding source, whether it's a state agency or federal agency, says we can't contract or consider that proposal without this form signed, and they didn't sign it. And then they got disqualified. And it is so awful when something like that happens. So please, please make sure that you're going through those solicitation packages. Now, they can be overwhelming at first, especially if you're not familiar with government contracting. There are resources out there. So we have a contract with the Small Business Development Center, the one in San Diego, but there's ones all over in different regions. The SBDC, or Small Business Development Center, if you just want to look them up online, they provide free advisory services. So, and they will help you, at least the one in San Diego definitely will, and I think they're all very similar in their scope in terms of what they do. They will even help you navigate one of these solicitation packages so that you're not on your own trying to understand what it is that we're asking for. That said, every solicitation, when you go into BuyNet, when you find one that you're interested in, there is a Department of Purchasing Contracting, a buyer that is assigned to each solicitation. Their phone number and email is provided, so you want to make sure that if you have any questions at all, ask up front, ask early, ask before. There's generally a deadline to submit questions because we make the question and answers available that anyone asks available to everyone, so everyone has the same access to information. But make sure that you're asking those questions up front because you want to find that out before you submit. Hopefully save you some time while you're doing the proposal or you're submitting your package, not find out after the fact, after you didn't win because of something you didn't understand. So get that clarity. That's what the buyers are there for. They're very friendly and nice, even if they seem stressed sometimes. It happens, but they are, I promise you. I really enjoy being their colleague, so I can tell you, and if they're not friendly and nice, you can let me know, and I will find out why. So, yeah, so that's our public website. We have a DPC outreach email box. That's not bad for the next 2 weeks because I'm actually going to be out of town. So if I happen to not be around, that inbox is always being monitored. DPC outreach at sccounty.ca.gov, or you can contact me directly. I am judy.ying, so JUDY.YING at SD, like San Diego, but sdcounty.ca.gov. And please feel free to reach out with any questions because, again, we want to make sure that you get the questions answered before you spend a lot of time or not find out after the process. So thank you all so much, and please feel free to find us. We're still out there at the table, so if you have any questions afterwards, we'll hang around for a little bit. Thanks.
Wayne Gross, if you haven't heard it already, has 45 years of customer service skills starting from his early days as a United States Air Force captain. Yeah, I know, that's what I said. Oh, really? All right, Wayne currently serves as a customer service liaison in the same office that I am as a small business and disabled veteran business enterprise representative in the Office of Small Business and Disabled Veteran Enterprise Services. Our function, or his function, he educates the business community and ensures that small business, SBs, and DVBE businesses have access their share of state contracts. So our goal is to ensure that you are represented in state contracting in all aspects of its phases. That she said earlier, we spent over $5 billion last year with certified small businesses and $500 million with DVBEs. So our goal is to ensure that you, as we move forward through the years, still maintain those goals and, whenever possible, increase those numbers. So, Wayne, whenever you ready yet?
Not yet.
I'm trying to stall as long as I can.
I know you are, and I think, yeah.
Anyway, he's going to talk to you about one of the big key aspects of all that we do is that you have to fill out an online profile with the state of California. That online profile is your business card. If your business card is not done right on the state's website, then you're going to miss many opportunities that we have available to you. The website sends you update when there's available contacts based on your profile. So when you put your UNSPSC codes in there and they don't match what we're selling or buying actually, then you'll never get an email. On top of that, keywords are important because many buyers like myself, well, formally I don't buy anymore. If we're looking for something, I may not remember the 12-digit code for water, right? So if you don't put water in your profile, I'll never find you. So those are key elements, and Wayne's going to talk to you all about how to make sure it's right, done right, and everything else right. Go ahead, Wayne.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Again, my name is Wayne Gross. You have my contact information. Everyone, please copy down my email address. It's waynd.gross@dgs.ca.gov. The reason is I'm only doing a 15-minute presentation instead of an hour. Okay? I am doing this presentation in full tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And so if you email me at waynd.gross@dgs.ca.gov and in the subject line put training, tomorrow morning the first thing I will do after I log in is I will send you an email with my training link. And it's at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, okay? And I've been doing it on Thursdays at 1 o'clock for 3 months now. That's how popular this is, okay? This isn't brain surgery, okay? I can't do your job, you can't do mine, okay? You're good at yours, and I'm really great at mine. That's why I'm up here, okay? And the whole point is the reason that I'm good at this is I've been doing it for 13 years. And so I've grown with the whole system. And so I know the little quirks about whatever. And especially if you listen to what I have to say today and then listen tomorrow again, okay, I guarantee that I can change your lives. Not too many people can stand up here and tell you that. If you follow the stuff I tell you to do, you can knock on the door, okay? I can get you to the door, okay? And that's my job, okay? I had a guy come up to me, this morning, and he goes, Wayne, I want to thank you. And I said, well, you're welcome. Why am I thanking you? He goes, I did exactly what you told me to do, and I got 2 contracts. Not too bad, okay? So it is possible. So, and the reason that I don't have a business card is because my email and my phone number, it just got changed. That is a Teams phone number now. That's why I don't have my business cards. So, what we're going to talk about today is updating your California Cal eProcure profiles, plural. You have 2 profiles. You have a public one where you either put in your supplier ID number or your company name and pulls up your profile with your keywords and classification codes. The other is your notifications page. That is, you have to be logged in, and only you have your username and password, I hope. It's not general knowledge, right? And that is how you get notifications from our system. If your 8-digit code matches what the buyer is loading up on the solicitation, you'll get an email. So I'm going to show you how to do all that. This is our homepage, caliprocure.ca.gov. I tell everyone, if you haven't made it a favorites, go home, put in caliprocure.ca.gov, hit favorites, and you'll never have to type in caliprocure.ca.gov ever again. On the right side, it says login register. And so I put in my username and password and click login at the bottom. So now you are on you're logged in, and you always know because it's changed from username or login register to your user ID, okay? And so now we're on our work center. So we're going to scroll down to the very bottom, and it has here, view public certification profile. So this is my profile. You'll notice the first thing that's highlighted is my supplier ID number. That number identifies you in our database. That number is so important. I bet everyone can recite their social security number, right? Here's your new social security number you need to memorize, because this is how we identify you, and that is how you are going to present yourself, okay? And you'll learn more about that tomorrow, okay? So we're going to go down and view our keywords, and I have 5 keywords, and I'm going to copy and paste it into a Word document. That's really simple, right? And the one thing is, when you did your initial application, we really didn't give you details on how we wanted it presented. I'm going to tell you the rules now. We want a giant column, 1 word per line. We want the singular, not the plural. And if you've said it once, you don't have to repeat it. Pretty simple, right? You'd think they'd write that in the instructions, but that's another story. So now I close it up and I view my classifications. These are the UNSPSC, the United Nations Specialty Product Specialty Codes, not to be confused with the federal NAICS codes, North America Industry Classification System, okay? The state has their own set of codes. They're 8-digit, and I've got 3 codes, and I've got their description. So I copy and paste them into that same Word document. Now, I'm going to talk about the UNSPSC codes, okay? They're 8 digits, okay? There are 4 levels. The first level is the first 2 digits. So in this one, it would be 39 and then 6 zeros. The second level is the first 4 digits, 3910 and then all zeros. The third level, which we call the parent code, the best way to describe it is it ends in 00. It's the third level, 391016. But it's easier identified as ending in 00. And then the 4th level is the 8-digit code itself. On this first one would be 391016010203, all the different subheadings under lamps and light bulbs. Okay? Pretty simple, right? Now that you know what it's all about. Okay? So we copied and pasted it. Now, everyone knows the word plagiarism, right? That's a nasty word, right? Guess what? I'm going to teach you how to plagiarize. Okay? It's called leveling the playing field. This is public access. You are only as good as your competitors, right? So steal their words, right? They've done the work. Why not profit from it? It's all public access and it's all free. So we're going to return back to the certification profile. We go up to quick links. We click the second one, find a certified firm, small business DVBE, and you can either do a search by UNSPSC classifications. You could do it by NAICS, which we never do, basically. Keywords is the main way we're going to do it. Okay? I would say 80 to 90% the buyers use keywords. Okay? So, I put in a keyword, and then I hit search. Okay? And you'll notice I have 8. There's 7 companies that have the word that I just searched. Okay? Because I'm the 8th one, right? Okay? So, I'm going to click the download. And it says download attachment. And so I get this giant Excel spreadsheet, okay, of all 8. I'm included in here, right? So you go to column V as in victory. And look what it says. Keywords. So you highlight the column and you copy and paste it into that Word document you started, okay? But this time, when you paste it, you want to paste it with the giant A on the clipboard. And here's why. If you, when you're doing this, hopefully you're going to have 50, 100, 200, maybe even 300 companies when you put in a separate keyword, right? Well, when you hit the giant A on the clipboard, let's say you have 50 pages, okay, that you're going to paste. Okay, when you do the giant A on the clipboard, it smashes them all into maybe 3 or 4 pages. Okay, so that's why I'm trying to make it a little easier on you, okay? So you're going to do that. In my case, I had 5 keywords, right? Then I'm going to go back up to the UNSPSC and put in those 3 keywords, do a search, download, go to column V, okay? Just like this says. Open the Word document, scan for words if you don't. What you're going to do is, in my case, I did 5 keywords and 3 UNSPSC codes. I'm going to open up the Word document. I'm going to go through and I'm going to look for words that I haven't done a search for, okay, for my competitors. Then I'm going to circle those words and I'm going to put those in the search and then come up with words, okay? The idea is to get as many words that identify what I do, okay? Stealing for profit, literally, right? Okay, so now I go back to the home page. I click on my, my username here, and you'll notice there's a little white triangle. Tells you there's a drop down. And the third one is Manage Notification Profile. So, on the top left, it says that you want to be a subcontractor. Okay? I don't care if you ever be a subcontractor, but in this exercise, you always say yes. Okay? And then you put at least 1 email. There's no limit to the number of emails. So if you've got, let's say, 5 or 6 people in your company that you want to receive solicitations, whatever, you put their emails. The second is the CSCR. You want to say yes. And obviously, you want to put as many emails. You need at least 1, okay? Then on the right side are the service areas. That's a fancy way of saying counties, okay? And in this example, you only have 1 choice, okay? You're going to do business only in LA County, okay? However, my job is to afford you every friggin' opportunity in the state. Because today, you're working in LA, okay? You get a couple years under your belt. You've hired 10 people. Oh, you now want to expand into San Diego, as Imperial County and Riverside County, Orange, okay? So, but in this, you check for statewide. This is going to give you every opportunity in Cal eProcure. Okay? Now, you scroll down to the UNSPSC section. I've got 50 pages, double-sided, of keywords. Okay? So I put my first keyword in the description, okay, and I circle it. Okay? That's telling me that I have put it in and I've done a search. And here are my results. I have the parent code here, 600, and I've got all of the subheadings. Okay? In this exercise, you don't care what the subheadings are. At this point, you say, I do it all. Okay? And so when you look here, look how many there are. 1, 3, 8 or 9. I add everything. Okay? I'm affording myself every opportunity possible. I may not be able to do it, but I'm affording it at this point. Okay? And so you do that with every keyword. You circle it. You get the parent code and all of the subheadings. You add it, and it goes over here on the notification side. Okay? And let's see. Okay, and you see here, I've added it. Okay? Now, I can go up and do the UNSPSC codes too. And it should do, hopefully do the same thing. Does that make sense so far? Right? This isn't brain surgery, right? It's just given instructions now. And it makes sense, right? So, once you have put in all the keywords, okay, and you've gotten all of the My Notifications updated, you're going to click the download, and it's going to give you a nice chart, okay, of the parent code and all the subheadings. You're going to get a highlighter. You're going to print it, okay? You're going to highlight the parent codes, okay? So, by the end of this exercise, you've got 25 pages, double-sided, of keywords that you've circled for your search. And then you've got this page that you've highlighted the parent codes. Does that make sense? Now what we're going to do is we're going to take that list of keywords and the parent codes and put it in to your California profile. See how we did that? And here's a list, and I've highlighted the 600, the parent code. Okay, make sure you save every time. Periodically go in and save it. So, we go back to our home page, click the little white triangle, and we're going to go to My Work Center. And we scroll down to certifications and manage certification. And on the top right, the second box in says amend options. We're going to amend our application. Now, once you click that, what happens is it takes you to your online application that you filled out to get certified. Okay? There are 7 pages, and it always defaults to the first page, which is registration. What we need to do, we need to get to page 6, which is other. And the only way you get there is you're on the first page, it always defaults to registration. You go all the way down and click Save and Continue. You go to the next page, scroll down, click Save and Continue. You do that 5 times until you come to the GARS page. GARS is a gross annual receipts. That's where you put in your income tax information, right? And so you want to always say yes. And it takes you to the next page, which is Other. Okay? And so we were talking about only doing business in LA County. Okay? And that's what the world's going to see when they pull it up, right? Okay. Now you've expanded, okay, into 4 or 5 other counties. So what you would do is you would go down here and find those counties and add them. Okay? This is all X because this is saying that you're hitting all the counties. Okay? So, but that's how you would do it. On the right side are your keywords. Remember the rules? 1 word per line, the singular, not the plural, and you don't have to repeat words. Okay? And so I want to change lamps to lamp. Okay? I would just go over here to plus, and an empty box comes, and I would write in lamp and hit the plus. Then another blank line comes in. Okay? And what I tell people to do is take your keywords and correct them. Like I said, light bulbs should be light bulb. Lamps should be lamp. Okay? Then all the other words that you've circled, you're going to add those. Okay? Then you're going to come down. Yeah. There again, 1 word per line, not the singular, and don't repeat words. I want to do a real quick sidebar. Office supplies. I have never heard of an office supply, right? So what would I do? Okay, I've got office supply on one line. So I would go and I would hit the plus, I put office, office, hit the plus, supply, singular, plus, and the plural, okay? Because it's the one time that you're probably going to get office supplies, not office supply. But you never know, okay? So now you go down to the UNSPSC. The one thing is it says no, you don't want to transfer all your notifications because your notifications has the parent codes and all of the subheadings, right? And on this section, we only want parent codes. So if I've got 200 parent codes and the 8-digit specific, let's say there's 10 parent codes out of that. I only want the 10 codes here. I want the 200 on the notification side. Okay, so because I've got the parent highlighted, I take the description and I put it here. Look up, it comes down here. I hit the check mark, and at the bottom, it says save. Okay, and you do that for each of the parent codes. If for some reason you have a wild code, you want, let's see, which would be back here. Okay, let's say this was 601. Okay, so you've updated the 600. You want to delete the 601, you just come back and hit the red X. So that this is only the parent codes. Does that make sense? And then at the very bottom, of course, you save everything. And then you save and exit. And you've updated both your California profile. You log out. And that ends my presentation. Yes, sir?
You said that you're going to, in your hypothetical, you got a 50-page front and back.
Of keywords, yes.
Am I going to manually input each of them?
Every word, yes, and then circle it. That's the way it goes, unfortunately. There's no copy and paste. You know what I'm saying? It's tedious, but the nice part is, and I tell the story, okay? I sell red paint, or my boss sells red paint. I'm his worker bee. So what happens is I put in paint and did a search, right? The parent code was 123456000. When I did a search, it had the parent code, and then underneath, red 01, blue 02, 3, yellow 04, green, etc. Okay? So I save it, okay? And it goes over to my notifications, and I exit it and go on with life. A couple weeks go by, I check my email. There's an email for me. Oh, it's for blue paint. I sell red paint, right? So that's, it's garbage, right? So I delete it. No file, right? Okay, a couple weeks go by, I get another one, I open it up, it's for blue paint again. I delete it, okay, and go on with life. That afternoon, I get another one. It's for blue paint, okay? Now, I have three choices here. First choice, delete the email and go on with life, right? The second is the extreme one. Go in, delete the email, go into my notifications. On my right side, my notifications, find the blue paint, 123456002, delete it, I'll never get another notification, right? Or number three, I go to my boss and say, boss, we only sell red paint. In the last 3 months, I've gotten 3 notifications for blue paint. Do you think maybe we should start selling blue paint since the state has a need? That's a great idea, Gross. Why don't you update your California profile, your keywords, right, and put blue in there, right? I'm going to give you a $1,000 bonus for this, and make sure that solicitation goes out today by 4 o'clock. In that real world, right? You do all the work. Yeah. But you see what I'm getting at, okay? There are things on here that you may never do, ever in your lifetime. If you want to go back after you've done this process, and do it, that's fine, that's your business. My job is to afford you every opportunity possible today, okay? What you do with that is your business. Are there any questions? Like I said, I'm doing this, and let me just give you a highlight of what I'm going to do tomorrow. We're going to talk about the 2 profiles again, okay, this over again. The more you hear it, it makes it a lot easier. We're going to be talking about past contracts. This will help you find out what agencies are buying the things that you're trying to sell, okay? I'm going to talk about the advocates. These are the people you need to talk to, market to. I'm going to give you the 30-second elevator speech. I'm going to tell you what to tell them. And then we're going to talk about your resume. That's a capability statement, okay? And it's good for not only state, federal, local, okay? It's universal with what I tell you, okay? Then we're going to talk about what we call reciprocity partners. These are agencies throughout the state that honor and DVBE certifications. That's money in your wallet, the possibility. We're going to talk about the California Multiple Award Schedule. If you don't, if your background is in construction, you can go la 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 la, because construction and CMAS do not agree. CMAS is the California Multiple Award Schedule. Have you ever heard of the GSA, General Services Administration? This is our version of it, okay? But ours is so much easier, okay? And last is the emergency registry that Anda and Angela talked about because we have problems finding small businesses and DVBEs when there's an emergency. Because see, what happens in that situation, it's a special situation, okay? And so the buyers don't have to come to you guys. Well, we said, that's not right, okay? If it was right, why am I standing up here wasting my time? Right? So my job is to get you in here so that we can get you some money, okay? And so I will show you where the registration is, how easy it is, okay? I'm here to help you. I'm your atypical state worker, okay? Yes, my hours are 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, okay? However, I guarantee my life that question that you have will come on a Monday night when you and your partner are watching Dancing with the Stars, right? You know, and you have my email, you've got my phone number, give me a call, okay? And don't be surprised if I answer you. I may be able to say yes or no, or I may say, call me tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock because, you know, this is going to take a little bit more time, okay? Or I have to show you something, whatever, okay? The only dumb question is the one you don't ask, okay? Does anyone have any dumb, or just questions in particular? If not, Al was there just to say, it's time to go. Thank you for your time. So, and you have the written instructions.